It is what it is. Okay, YouTube stream is on. Bro, YouTube keeps demonetizing my streams, dog. Take a my power server while dropping. You kicked last night. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit. Actually, we'll start with that because it's like not very hugely impactful. Why? Because my views suck. They're so bad. I'm so mad that I spent so much time on a video that literally is flopping so hard. Like I put it in the Discord, and like YouTube is literally telling me, dog, you're kind of cooked. Like YouTube is literally telling me that. Where'd I put it at? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, here. So Makamo, yes. In the first day in 12 hours, it has 858 views. It has a lot of likes in comparison to the views. But YouTube is saying fewer regular viewers are choosing to watch this video. It's ranked 9 out of 10, and the views are down, and the impression click through rate is down. It's like people aren't watching the video, but yeah, maybe it's just it's too late, so I might just stop making long form content because people just don't watch it. It's like this isn't the first time that people like haven't watched my long form videos because it is what it is. Um, like my Blackwater video only has like 4,000 views, but it's literally ranked worse than that video is. It's the worst, like one of the worst performing videos on my channel, besides this video here that capped out at 2,000 views. You know, like here, like this is really bad. Regular viewers are choosing to watch the video less often than usual, contributing to a 44% fewer views. Like this is really, it's really bad. It's horrendous actually. It's horrendous. Oh, you guys can even see it here. So this is what I was showing you before. True videos are choosing to watch this video. It's ranked 9 out of 10, 850 views. It has like 900 views in 2 days. Like it's so bad. I mean, it made $2, so like W, I guess. So I don't know why it's performing so poorly. Maybe because the election has passed and people don't really care at this point. It is like 3 months late, right? November, December, January. It's 3 months late. Um, right? But I have to honestly, I have to recommend the fact that I don't think people really care what I have to say. I'm gonna be real, because it's not even just this like just my YouTube content doing extremely poorly. My view like my stream numbers are down as well. Like I just don't think people care what I have to say, and it is what it is. It is what it is. So Like even it's a hour long video and it's still getting less watch time than it's typical. I saw the election info tag on YouTube could be limiting reach. I don't think so. No, that what YouTube is saying is that my regular viewers, people who watch my other content, aren't watching this content. You know what I mean? And my content is pretty much all expressly political. Feel me? Maybe except for like this video, which is decently well. It's my like third highest performing video. Um, my other videos are pretty expressly political. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like it might cap out at like less than like 2K views. And honestly, I might just delete it. So I don't know. I I I mean, people just don't care. Like it's getting impressions and like 11K impressions and like 45K% from like YouTube recommending my content, right? But like 3.7% click through rate is horrible. Because if I compare this to this video, the should be more video, and go to my engagement, this video performed significantly better than my other videos. At 100K impressions, it has a 5% click through rate. You see the video that ends up, your video ends up on the sidebar of? Yeah. And so this video has a lot better context suggestion because it's all about Shabik more, right? 85% of the impression came from like YouTube recommended my content. This video did very well. It's probably my best performing like recommended video. Obviously, my best performing video of all time was my commodification video, but like it kind of skews the numbers because that was when like FT Ceasefire shouted me out. So if I go to analytics for this video, I go to my reach. Oh, this made $12, I guess. So W. There's like 2.1 million impressions. 5% click through rate, so that's about normal. But most of it came from like oh, cool. Like FD signifier like overlap audience. You know what I mean? Which would be a blue video. I want to get too disheartened about it. But I spent 3 months on the video. And so if I'm gonna spend 3 months on the video and it does this, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be real. Why would I? You feel me? When I could literally make a video that is just a clip down from my stream and get 7 times the views. You know? I don't know how much this video made. Made 21 cents. Not fantastic. Like 7 times the views from this video. Like this video is appealing to a wider audience, contributing 2.1 times more views than usual. I don't know why, because this video had 305 likes, right? And this video has 175 likes. This video has half the likes that this video has, but a seventh of the views. I don't know why YouTube is not pushing it out. I don't know why people aren't watching it. Maybe it's too long. Maybe it's not topical enough. Right? Maybe the title sucks. Maybe the thumbnail sucks. I don't freaking know. But I don't know. It is disheartening. And I don't necessarily like it. And my views are down overall on Twitch as well. And I don't know what to do about it. It's still going down. So this is a year. Go from October. There's also studies on what works in regards to YouTube algorithms. Like, I've gotten like no followers gained in like the past. If I take out like October 23rd or 22nd or whatever, and start in November. From November to January, I got like 1,000 followers, and most of that was from in November. I just do from December, the month of December on to January, I got like 400 followers. Right. My average viewership is like 300, but that's because it was in December. It was pretty high. So watch the Streamer Awards. It's low now. So I don't know. It's rough out here. It's rough. I used to be even if I go back further into when like the A-Rod's podcast was banned, to like March to January, like even back here for like March and in May and April, like I had 500 average viewers, 300, 600, 480, 405, 622, 732, 609, 305, 334, 527, 349, 384. And then I took some breaks. And that was pretty low then. Right. And so I'm back to like these numbers. You feel me? And then August, my numbers were pretty decent. Honestly, my numbers are also kind of just inconsistent, which I also don't necessarily like either. Like if I go back to from February, I have the same average viewership that I had in February, and that's not great, right? March was 150, and that sucks. April was 417. May was 335. June was 296. July was 314. August was 274. September was 463. October was 575. November was 356. December was 250. If it wasn't May when you had D drama and the Kendrick Lamar stuff or whatever. But the problem is that people who were there for or came in because I got a lot of followers just did not necessarily stick around. You feel me? And so I've not grown since February essentially. Like my followers doubled and my viewership stayed pretty much the same. Right? But even then, like my follower gain pretty abysmal per hour. So I don't necessarily know what I should or should not be doing, or why people aren't particularly watching. But it is demoralizing. But at least from freaking Twitch streaming, at least I get paid some money. At least I will go live and like the ads will sustain me at least a little bit. I get more money for ads on Twitch than I do on YouTube. Because YouTube live streams are all demonetized. Right? It'll say monetization on while you're live, but then when you end live, it'll be either ineligible or it'll give me limited monetization for whatever reason. So I don't make any money off of these things. I made 86 cents off of this one live stream. Because of music. It's partially because of music, but also because of the content. If it says ineligible, it's because of the music. Like this one, if I go to copyright, there's this one Travis Scott song that I can erase the song. Right? But if you see here, it still adds suitability. Say for this one's also adds suitability. This one is just copyright. So if I remove the copyright on this, then it would go back to being monetized, but nobody's watching these old VODs, unfortunately. So I don't think it's I don't think it's worth it to go back in and mute all the copyrighted sound, especially in these older VODs, because the copyright because the copyright is so bad. Because this is when I was playing. This is when I was playing music at the beginning of my stream, right? So at the beginning of my stream, all of these songs are playing essentially, and I would have to go through individually and erase the song for every single one of these, and it takes like 15 to 30 minutes to do that. So I I just my take on this, my final thoughts is just I don't know how much time I'm going to put into YouTube. Is my thing. I don't know how much time I'm going to put into YouTube. And the issue with the views on the comment videos that it's a little late. A lot of people have made white comment launch videos, and people probably don't with the topic. Julie would absolutely love the video. Yeah, that's what I said like freaking 10 minutes ago. But it's a concept of like, I'm one person. I have another job, and I try to stream, and so it'd be an idea of maybe it's just not worth it. You know what I mean? It's just not worth it. Honestly, I'm trying to weigh whether or not this whole content shit is worth it anyway. I'm tired, honestly. I don't want to see Pirate Software being kicked from the guild, though. I think that's kind of funny. Oh, what I do want to talk about is before I move on to that. There is a video on my live channel that I posted yesterday. I said people are mad at Pirate Software. That you can go watch if you would you want to. It's just basically it's a cut down version of what we talked about. Um, what we talked about yesterday. So if you want to see it, you can see it on Channel Black Live, or not at this point, honestly. Mm. I want to see him get kicked though. Oh, is he not taking it well? I'm sure it's like a stream clip. Nobody's crashing out. But to be honest, he's been that way for a while. He blocked me. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, he tends to do that. Honestly, I might go like if the Kamala Harris video is gonna flop, I might just take this video from my live channel and just post it on my main. Why not? You know what I mean? What do I lose? What do I lose? The channel's already cooked. Might as well just farm some views on it. Anyway, I want to see what he said. He says we've seen hundreds of messages like these, both in and out of game, along with thousands of meme messages trying to disrupt the stream, and over 10,000 accounts. It's already been 3 days of a 3 day long hate train, and the entire staff and myself are had to handle it all. Many other creators are trying to push it more with claiming it's just content. Kitty is fucking unhinged. You need to understand when she's gone too far and when you need to stop feeding into it. Your content is trash if this is what you had to offer. It's just so funny. This is so funny because just like he wants to play this like game of like he's apolitical and he's like super positive and he's above like the discourse content or whatever, but then he'll turn around and like do a stream with Asmongold. You know what I mean? He'll claim to be like above the hatred and hate trains and the toxic community stuff, but then like, you know what I mean? He'll like do streams with Asmongold. He'll weigh into discourse whenever he feels like he should weigh into discourse. So he's not above it. He's not above weighing in and doing discourse content because he has done discourse content, right? But you know, he acts like he's above it. Cool way to handle it. Well done, OnlyFans. And everyone, yes, I made the decision to say G kick Pirate. I felt like a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him and all the drama that's surrounding him at this point, even though some people may have not felt that way. A lot did. And after seeing some clips today of him quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're at this point, I think I'm making the right decision, but I still feel bad. Try to let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on, in my opinion. Stay safe, gamers. Like, honestly, I think this is totally fair. What even happened with Pirate? Well, there's a video that... All right, Chad. Should I upload this video on my main channel? It's 46 minutes. It's entirely too long. I'm not above uploading it on my main channel. If my Kamala video is going to flop, gosh darn it, I might as well farm content on my main channel. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's being done. This channel is going to be less long form content. We're going to switch over and move towards a more clip channelish vibe. And maybe when my videos start doing well, I'll go back into long form or something. How do I do this? Upload videos. Videos. Pirate. I'm using the same thumbnail and everything, bro. My problem with Pirate software. I should copy this. Okay. I will also say it is actually kind of crazy that this video is getting technically more engagement, the higher click-through rate than my Kamala video is. I just hate that. I just hate that I spent so long on the video, and I think the video is good. I think it's a super good, well thought out video. You know what I mean? I just wish that other people felt that way and want to actually see it. I think that's what's hurting my soul the most. Monetization adds on, of course, add suitability. There's no music in this, so I think it's fine. All right, it's currently uploading. Thank you for how you talked about my thing with him. You were saying that you were one of the only people who didn't even jump to saying I was a bad person. No, you're correct. I think your take was entirely fair and correct. We talked about it like a long time ago too, right? Like in freaking August, and it's the same take. He he got mad that he was being called a nepo baby, and I think that label fits. She has a video about this. You lose money doing the passion project. I literally just saw it actually.
Today I want to
60 minutes.
talk.
Let's start with this. Right, we talked about we kind of talked and touched on Pyro being kicked out of the guild. This is kind of funny. LOL is my take on this. It's funny because this made him mad. Like this is what made public sentiment turn against Pirate Software. Like if you look at this tweet itself, it has 3.3 thousand likes and 1.1 thousand dislikes. He was the golden boy of Twitch culture, and now the tide has shifted so quickly. It's kind of a great example of how quickly the tide can shift. You know what I mean? It's a really well done video. You worked hard on it. I'd be really upset too. You know what? Nebula should hit me up and be like, "Yo, you make good content, long form stuff. You should post that on your on Nebula or whatever." But to be fair, I will say I do acknowledge and understand that YouTube is not like we just talked about people being like YouTube is a game where you can like have a secret sauce and formula and you can immediately succeed. And when you're doing passion projects, that's just not necessarily the case, and it does take long to grow. And I think I've been kind of spoiled in a similar way that my Twitch account has also been spoiled because of my association with Hassan and seeing a very big initial burst of views, right? I don't have a good concept as a streamer of how my growth should look. And so when I look at my tracker, right, and I look at this and I see like my follower growth being so, having like long periods of stagnation, and like seeing like the kind of the what's the word, the trend line, the slope of this graph, this chart or whatever it's called, graph. I don't know how it's supposed to look in compared to like other streamers. And also, this is only from a year. If we go all time. If I start from April of 2023, then I go to today, right? This is for like a year and a half. And so I don't necessarily know what it's supposed to look like or what growth is supposed to be. And so I don't know if it is actually a plateau or this is like what growth is supposed to look like on Twitch, right? And so that's something that I'm struggling with. Like if you compare it to like, I don't know, go to Kai before he like blew up. All time. Well, to be fair, okay, even when he started in February 2021, he had a lot of viewers. Wait, hold on. What was he doing? He was having like 5,000 viewers. Never mind. Kai was kind of like freaking popping off. What? How did he start out so high? That's my question. GTA RP, maybe? Would you be a better reference? No, it doesn't matter who the person is. The general concept is that as a streamer, like when you zoom out, you should see a period of low viewership and then a gradual increase to high viewership. Kai was just a weird situation. If I go to freaking like Tyler 1 and go when Tyler 1 started streaming, like I don't know if Tyler 1 started at like freaking a bajillion views as well. Oh, I don't think Twitch Tracker was around when they started, but like, gosh darn it, he also started like 6,000 viewers. Because if you have to select like hand select people who started low and went high, and then everybody else started at like 3,000 viewers or whatever, then honestly, I think the streaming landscape is cooked. I'm gonna be real. Like we can look at Jinxie, and Jinxie started streaming at like to no viewers for like a year until he blew up. But that would make Jinxie the outlier. You know what I mean? Like this would make Jinxie the outlier. But even then, right? He did stream to like nobody. Here, if we go, and we do it for the year of like 2020, 2021. Let me back up. We go from July 2020 to December of 2021. But here, in July, he was at 100. In August, he was at 100. In September, he was at like 180. October, he was at 100. November, he's at 150. Well, that's like gradual growth. Like, you know, December, he's at 300. Right? Sometimes he's down at 200, but he's like trending around like 200, 300. January, he's at like 600. He's at 600. And then he's at like 800. And then he's at 1,000. You know what I mean? So it only took him like 6 months to go when he started to grow. If I were to go back to all 2021. So yeah, he started, sorry, not all 2020. Yeah, he started 2020 at 0 viewership. But once he started to be picked up in like 6 months into like, or like, you know, 6 months into the year, like July, once he started to grow, his growth was gradual. You feel me? He sees like a trend line upwards. You can see that from like the followers, right? Maybe because he streamed every day and he streamed for a lot of hours. You know what I mean? And like once he started growing, he didn't stop growing. You feel me? Like once he started growing, he kind of kept going. Maybe until like October, where he like had saw a small dip, and then he just kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going. His followers were increasing, 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 increasing. Kind of, you know, kind of linearly. Like what you want is your followers gained to be in a linear increase, right? This is like a healthy graph. That means you have viewers that are coming and they're staying consistently. You have people coming in consistently as you're putting out more content, right? As you're putting out more content and more content and more content. So it doesn't even necessarily matter what the number is, what the follower number is. You just want consistent growth of viewership, right? I was about to go get the Henny.
An
Even
anonymous
this is like
user
kind of,
gifted a tier 1 sub to Kant_uppercut.
it's kind of a weird graph. But the closer it is to like linear in a period of time is like kind of what you want. Even if like Lacey started like 8,000 followers in January 2024. Even if you go to like somebody better, like Hassan is closer than I am. And I was giving, thank you for the gifted sub. I think the most important thing is to do is to stream consistently so people know when to come in constantly. Yeah, but I do stream consistently. Like I don't stream like 7 days a week, but I stream like freaking 5 days a week. That's kind of crazy. I saw him getting like But someone was gaining like someone was actually losing followers in 2024. That's actually kind of crazy. He is consistent in his viewership though. He also streams every day. So like but his viewership is pretty consistent as you can see by this graph. And compared to like my viewership, it's pretty sporadic. I have gotten a lot more consistent though. Especially in like in this time. But like my number has like very high jumps that you kind of just don't really see. Like Hassan has like a super high jump because of election and stuff, but like his number stays relatively consistent at like freaking 20,000. Or see thing with Jinxie, he has like highs and lows every now and then. But like if I back up to all time, I guess he kind of peaked in March 2024, and it's been like a slow, not sort of decline, but like normalization. I don't know. Trying to find like trends in like overall streamers is kind of tough. What if I just go to like a streamer that's like closer to my size? The page like 49. This person. Like, what does normal look like? Okay, I guess like a put plateau in followers is kind of normal. Look at Asmongold's start point. What's his normal? If we want to look at his actual account, is Asmongold like TV? No, it's just Asmongold. Yeah, it's Asmongold. His starting point was like 2,000 viewers. To be honest, though, starting in like 2016, I think that this isn't his start point. I think because he had 100,000 followers, this is the start point that the graph goes at. Twitch tracker wasn't a thing before 2016, so therefore we don't know exactly how or what he started at or how long it took him to get there. You know what I mean? Here we go back to this. We go like to page, I don't know, 60. Okay, page like 99. What does grandmas look like? Grandma's ranked 2,000 in the world. Shout out Grandma. Grandma's been streaming since 2021. And he was where I am in May of last year. And he's steadily increased, May of 2 years ago. 2023. So a year and a half ago. And he's been steadily growing and increasing since, what happened here? November 2023? October 7th? And now he's averaging like 800. Got some plateaus in there though. Yeah, but it's not remotely the same. You feel me? We got probably have to zoom in from like into like 2022, 2023. Oh. If I do this. Right. There's some like plateaus, but again, it's hard to tell because of like this bump in viewership. Because this you can tell that he's growing steadily and normally here. And then once you see like this bump in followers, it's the growth starts to increase a lot more. Or you can see by this way that this graph goes here. You know what I mean? But again, he also does stream every single day. Maybe that's my actual problem. I just don't stream nearly enough. If you compare like my graph, there are periods of time where like there's just no stream going on. You know what I mean? But sometimes that's just the case. Quit job and stream full time. I promise you, that's not gonna happen. If I quit job, stream full time, and this is still happening, you feel me? I will just quit streaming, and then you won't see me ever again. You know what I mean? I am not at the financial place where I can quit my other job and then stream full time. You guys just don't give me nearly enough money. You feel me? And so that's the catch 22. I don't get enough money to do this full time, and maybe because I don't get to do this full time, I don't make enough money. But I will say that my followers gained is pretty proportional to my hours streamed, though. That's relatively fair. So for the most part, it's like for every hour that I stream, I make or I gained on average 10 followers ish. You know what I mean? That's not horrific. And yeah, I don't have necessarily a problem with where I am as a streamer, particularly. I do wish I was at like 500. If I was at 500 viewers, I'd be happy. If you don't stream every day, it's kind of important to be consistent. If people know you'll be gone on Thursdays, that's fine. But if you just randomly don't go live, a few people will start watching somebody else. Well, fuck those people. They can suck my fucking dick. I'm sorry that I don't have a consistent, oh no, we'll be live on this one specific day. Gosh darn it. Do you want my job? No. No, you don't. You know what? Fuck those people. We don't need them here. Gosh darn it. You have like 250 people who want to be here.
I was about to go get
5 days a week is still a lot. Exactly. 5 days a week is still a lot. It's not like I like disappear for like 3 months on end and I go live 1 day a month. No. Literally, I go live 5 days a week. If you open up your phone, 5 out of the 7 days, you are more, you can do the freaking math. That's 70% of the time. You open up your phone 70% of the time, I'm there. Literally 5 out of the 7 days. Like active 6 out of 7 days for last week. Last month, active 20 out of 30 days. Last 3 months, active 61 out of 92 days. That is consistent. Literally, that's proportional, chat. Literally proportional. Most days I am live, especially recently. I'm not very active live on Fridays, to be fair. And also, again, it's literally impossible for me to be live 7 days a week. It's impossible. I cannot be live 7 days a week and do YouTube and do my other job. It is quite literally impossible. And so I would have to make a choice of quitting YouTube. Or that's it. That's the only choice I'd have to make. If I wanted to stream 7 days a week, every day, I would have to quit YouTube. I wouldn't be able to post any content on YouTube. Anyway, that's too deep into the lore. While waiting, my video is uploading on YouTube, the Pirate Software video. Maybe that's what I'll do. It's just like spam out content.
Yo, you're probably wondering why I haven't been in this room for a really long
I
time.
don't really care. I meant to play this one.
Openly and honestly about money.
You feel like you just become part of people's routine that you don't have to be live every day just because it's that you don't move on randomly. But I mean, you're bad at for this. This is just something I've heard a ton of shit talk about. No, I think people just hate black people. That's the answer.
Content creation as a job.
And I'm not joking about that. I think a lot of people just don't care what I have to say because I don't resonate with their lived experience.
Aux battles, and I hope you will learn something about your life or your future life through my experiences. Please don't mistake this video for me being negative or complaining. I'm very grateful for my position and my job as a YouTuber, and I'm just trying to be real and not sugarcoat anything. For the past 15 months, I have been very inconsistent with my uploads on this Pat CC channel. I have been even less consistent streaming on Twitch, and although I could list off 10 to 20 reasons why, it really boils down to two things. One, I got extremely bored with the repetitive nature of my content, and two, money. But those two things are so closely intertwined that they're almost inseparable. I started uploading on this channel in 2021 because I wanted to separate my two main styles of content. Video essays were going to be the only thing I upload to my main channel, so I brought all these fun, less serious, and more personality-driven and music-based content over to my second channel. And in the beginning, it was risky. I was basically dividing my audience in half, hoping that the documentaries video essays would take off, and then the Pat CC channel could be like a fun side project. Then I got an opportunity I never in my wildest dreams could have imagined. I got an email from someone at Twitch that read, "Patrick, it's great to meet you. Here at Twitch, I look after artist relations for music creators, so would love to find a time to chat and see how I might be helpful. As someone who's been in the music biz for many years, your DMing 100 rappers video had me dying. I'm based in California on PST and would love to set up a time next week. Pretty open Monday and Tuesday afternoon." Nowhere in this email does it say what we are going to talk about, what they want, or anything really business related. They basically just wanted to say hi. I thought, this is a high-level person at Twitch. Why wouldn't I just chat and get to know them? The call was about 30 minutes long, and I chatted about my content creation journey and my experience with live streaming, and it was such a normal and seemingly introductory conversation. And 25 minutes in, they mentioned I was being recruited to stream on Twitch exclusively, and I heard them very quickly say that they would offer to pay me an hourly rate to stream. So I called my manager, gave him the details, I connected him with the people at Twitch, and he was going to handle the negotiations as he always does. Now, I streamed on YouTube at the time, so moving over to a new platform would have been extremely risky, but I vividly remember saying to my manager, if they offer me like $30 an hour, I might have to take that money. That's guaranteed pay that would help me pay some bills and take some stress off my wildly inconsistent income at the time. Well, they offered me $250 an hour.
Bro. What a fucking racket, dog. It sucks being a small creator. It sucks. I don't get shit like this. They don't do this anymore anyway, but gosh darn it, that's so much money.
I was obviously shocked and immediately ready to take the deal. My manager asked for more money because that's his job, but They said no. The contract made me fully exclusive to Twitch, and I had 0 minimum stream requirements. So I could choose not to stream, but obviously then I wouldn't get paid. When I did stream, it had to be in the music category because they wanted to boost their viewership there. And they would pay for a maximum of 60 hours or $15,000 per month. So if I streamed 60...
That's still a lot. $15,000 a month. That's 15,000 times 12. That's a solid. That is a solid 200K. You said 60 hours, bro? That's
51 hours, then I wouldn't get paid $250 for that additional hour or any additional hours. This was a 6-month contract with a total maximum payout of $90,000. And on top of that, I still got to keep 70% of my subscriber money, my normal ad revenue split, and 100% of donations. The deal was extremely generous to me and barely worth it at all for Twitch. I was then and still am incredibly grateful for this opportunity from Twitch, so I started streaming exactly 60 hours per month. And in that time was when we started doing Aux Battles and other games like Bad Rap Songs with Great Beats and Carried by the Feature and others, but it was increasingly obvious that Aux Battles was the fan favorite. Additionally, we started editing down the Twitch streams and uploading them to YouTube, which is probably where 99% of you have watched all my content, and my Pat CC views started increasing rapidly, again with Aux Battles being the overwhelming favorite. My Twitch contract ended at the end of 2021, and if you total up the revenue with YouTube ads included, I made about $145,000. It was a fantastic year, and had I not
smash my head in, bro.
Not gotten that offer from Twitch, Aux Battles would have never been a thing. They legitimately changed my life. However, Twitch decided that they were not going to renew my contract in 2022. And it makes sense considering they didn't even come close to making back their investment on me. Streamers are only profitable when they hold multiple thousands of viewers at a time. Still to this day, Twitch probably never made their 90K back from me, and I've been streaming for years. So I get it. I get why they didn't renew. But that meant I was going to go from a guaranteed $15,000 per month to $0. Now, I have always been pretty responsible with my money. I paid my employees, my bills, and I saved pretty much all the rest. So I wasn't panicking, but at the same time, I had no idea what my finances would look like in 2022. But I got lucky because they got better, and that's because of YouTube and Aux Battles. I needed to make streaming as easy and efficient as possible since I wasn't getting an hourly rate. So I decided that we were literally only going to do Aux Battles. I would go on stream for like 2 to 3 hours, which is usually how long one game takes, then log off and spend the rest of my time working on my main channel or other business endeavors. And I did this only 3 to 4 times per week. Now, most full-time streamers are online at least 20 to 40 hours per week, and I was only doing 6 to 8. And that's because I never had to do the long grind like other streamers, sitting there for 8 hours a day with 3 viewers for months or years. My first stream, I was getting massively overpaid and I had a couple hundred viewers. I never had to develop that loving relationship for streaming like I did with YouTube. I always associated it with money, with a business opportunity, because that's how I got into it, which now I realize it kind of ruined my ability to excel and be creative on Twitch. Now, I'm not going to minimize my own grind. I definitely put in some decent hours, but the data shows. In 2022, I streamed a little over 200 hours, whereas Dante did over 1,000 hours, 5 times as much as me. Yet, despite this, at the beginning of 2022, I was crushing it.
Kind of talks about what I covered previously about how Twitch streaming is such a different ecosystem that even established celebrities, if you don't try to get in Twitch culture and you don't actually, like put in the work, it's very difficult to even be successful. So yeah, you may start out with a higher base viewer than like the normal everyday streamer. That's not going to carry over into like longevity or continued success because, you are not like in this space. This is why it's so difficult for like, Gabby Hanna when she tried to start streaming on Twitch or whatever to succeed, even though she had 1 million subscribers on YouTube. converting that over to a different space and making that last is, difficult. But I can't talk. I've fallen off. So I'm felled off, baby.
For someone who barely streamed, I averaged around 900 viewers on Twitch, and on top of that, the YouTube videos
Also,
were
people can think of 5 gifted subs.
exploding, most of them generating between 400,000 and 1 million views.
Honestly, I need good content. That's what it is. I need good content. What would my good content be?
It got to the point where I was averaging about $15,000 per month on YouTube ad revenue. It's almost like I still had my Twitch deal. And at this point, I felt like I hit the lottery. I had this series that was easy to make and easy to come up with fresh ideas. It made a ton of money.
When we fall down. That's what you do when you fall down. Just go ahead and take yourself out. An old yeller.
And the fans loved it. But to be honest, I got burnt out from this game way before everyone else. To me, Aux Battles got...
Listen. I said nothing about this man.
So repetitive. The same songs always got played.
You could do any song. What are you gonna go with?
Vamp Anthem.
People cared more about winning than introducing new and interesting music to the audience. On top of that, my viewers became hostile towards me for the behavior of my chat, and they even thought I was somehow rigging the game so I can get an outcome that I wanted because I maybe had a preferential song. Like all kinds of really weird accusations. I was fake head bobbing all the time. I was fake enjoying music. It's funny to laugh at it now, but it only took like 2 or 3 months before I was kind of fed up with it from a creative perspective. Like it felt very grindy. It felt like a job, and it was a series that went on.
And that's
for
also
years.
my problem with streaming when it comes to like the consistency part, right? It's like a catch-22. It's either you stream consistently to maybe potentially see continued success in the future, where it becomes a grind, it becomes a job, or you stream, when you feel as if it's a creative endeavor, but like worry about it being unsuccessful or whatever. Like, again, with like my YouTube channel, I post on YouTube every now and then, and like obviously like YouTube is a space where you have to be consistent in posting videos, but like you're not gonna see like immediate success or immediate gratification. But when you spend so long on posting videos and those videos don't do well, it makes you feel like it's not worth it to post those videos in the first place. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just such a weird conversation. It's such a weird conversation. And it kind of like, it doesn't make me mad, but when you think about like, I was watching Tubbo talk about the dream drama, and he said something that kind of resonated with me. He said to Dream, like, why are you calling Tommy In It broke? We're all millionaires. We're all multi-millionaires. And I'm sitting here watching this drama between Minecrafters, people who are younger than I am, except for Dream, who's older than I am, which is kind of crazy. And them saying that they're all millionaires, and I'm like, they are all millionaires. That's true. What am I doing watching this content that is made for children? It's like interpersonal children drama between millionaire kids. Like, would you consider a successful post metrics wise? It performing better than my last. That's my only metric for success. Not a specific number, not a specific viewer threshold. It's performing better than my last. And so for like this video, not this video, like for this video is categorically not performing better than my last. Like YouTube is telling me that, and that's what makes me so freaking mad. Like when I look at this graph and I see typical performance is this, and this is so much freaking lower than my typical performance. It's like, oh, in this period, you usually get to 1.6K to 2.8K, and you're getting 900 views now. Like almost 800 views less than your typical performance. That's a failure in my book. I have failed. At some point, in some way, it is a failure. And I think it also doesn't help that totally really cares about watch time though. I mean, watch time is also down. It also sucks. It's also below like average, which is crazy because the video is freaking an hour long. Nothing about this is like, it's also telling me regular viewers are choosing to watch this video less often than usual, contributing to 42% less views. You feel me? Watch time is less often or less performing less than usual. Right? Video reach. There's a 3.7% click-through rate. Like by every conceivable metric, this video is a failure. But every conceivable metric. Click-through rate, views, watch time, it's all like a conceivable, like a failure. Right? And it does suck. And again, if this was just like, if this was my pirate software video, I'd be like, okay. Right? If this was like freaking this video that is just a stream cut, I'd be like, okay. All right. That's all right. That makes sense. Right? But because it's so long and it took me 3 months to make, it's disappointing. It is disappointing. So, I don't know, maybe when Trump's inauguration happens, maybe I'll change the title to something like, watch this before Trump gets inaugurated or something. I don't freaking know. Like some clickbaity title. But like, people aren't watching it, right? I am too late. That's what my analysis is on this video. It is too late. And it sucks because I spent so long making it. And the reason why it's too late, because I spent so long making it, right? It took me 3 months to make this video. And it was supposed to come out early December. And it didn't, because I had to write the script myself. And I had to edit the video myself. And I had to record myself. And so that's the catch-22. That's my biggest problem with this video. And it's not even meant to be like a woe is me thing, but like, it's either I spend time trying to make my video as good as I could possibly make it. I spend time writing a freaking 24-page script. You know what I mean? I spend time writing a fully, like, look at all the freaking sources that I have. How I've sourced every claim that I've made. Everything that I said in this video has been sourced directly. There's not a claim or a take made in this video that was not directly sourced from somewhere. And so I had to not only create and craft the script, I had to double check what I was saying in my script to make sure that it was actually lining up with what the data and evidence was saying. Right? I had to do a full timeline going through exactly what the polling was saying at a very specific time for a very specific month of the election cycle for the entire election cycle in 2024, and then do my analysis and then come to my conclusion, all for a 24-page script. And that takes time if you don't have researchers, if you don't have people to do this for you, especially when you're also streaming and you have another job. So of course the video is going to come out late. Of course the video is not going to come out as like during the next day. And it kind of sucks because I think if I push the video out the next month in December, it would not be to the state that it is. It would not be as well researched as it is. Right? And that's what I feel like a lot of people did. A lot of people posted their videos the week after the election happened about their takes about why Kamala lost. You feel me? Like literally the next week, immediately hopped on their YouTube with the freaking slop video, essentially being like, this is my take about why Kamala lost, without basing it in data, without basing it in research. And FD Signifier did base it in data and research, right? But he has the editor he pays to do his videos as well. right? And he doesn't like stream full time on Twitch as well. So like he has more time to work on his video. And so he was able to get his video out in December, right? But when you're trying to make something that has longevity, that actually has a data driven purpose or data driven analysis about how you got here in the first place, and then it takes a little bit longer for it to come out, then nobody cares, and that's disappointing. Right? It's not even that his video is not even being shown in the algorithm, which is not, right? That makes me mad. It's the fact that, like, again, as YouTube is telling me, regular viewers are choosing to watch this video less often than usual, right? People would rather watch a video about why Shamik Moore is so weird. This video performed better than the other video did. Nice, the video is appealing to a wider audience, contributing to 2.1 times more views than usual. Right? Or even compared to freaking my inward tier list video. This video performed like a lot better than my videos on average. Right? Like this video, my Kamala Harris video, was my second worst performing video after this video here. You know what I mean? And even this video about why the September 1st strike won't work has a higher click-through rate than my Kamala Harris video. And so this is just the state of YouTube, and this is just how it is. And the video was posted like 2 days ago. Right? But it sucks because you guys were there. And we're talking about freaking being consistent on Twitch. There were days where I took the day off of Twitch just to work on scripting this video. There were days where I took the entire day off and forwent my consistency on Twitch because I thought that this was a video that I thought needed to be made, right? That I thought that needed to be made, and that would have been at least somewhat impactful. And so I forewent like the consistency on Twitch to make this video, and then it's performing so poorly. I just don't see I don't see the purpose, honestly. Right, because this is what I would want it to do. I've said it before. That's how I got into content creation on like long form. Right? I didn't get on it like through Twitch. It was through this freaking video. Right? This is what I like to do. I enjoy doing this. You feel me? I enjoy making long form content. I enjoy creating videos that have an overarching theme that I can actually like share my takes on, that people resonate with. You feel me? But oh, I'm sorry, you're a month too late. People have moved on and stopped caring about politics. Or even further than that, like people have already given their takes about how Kamala lost the election or whatever. You feel me? Isn't the cheat changing thumbnails sometimes? I'm already doing like the thumbnail testing thing. There's already 2 separate thumbnails that are on the video that are like cycling through. I don't know. I'm just it's getting to that point, you know. It's getting to that point. I'm tired.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Squishy Dough just subscribed. 6th trimester subscription.
Squishy Dough, thank you for the 19-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Democrats giving up, I'm sure didn't help. Also, my case is freaking broken. It sucks. I don't know. It just sometimes it just feels like I don't have a space in this space. You know what I mean? I don't have a place in this space. You know what I mean? And it's disappointing, and it's something that I try to grapple with a lot. Because it sucks when, like, you know, you have your highest viewership when you're covering Ethan Klein drama or whatever. But when you're not freaking dunking on the bad person of the week, people don't want to tune in. People don't care what I have to say. And even when I'm talking about that, people don't care what I have to say. People want, and this is what pisses me off. Even when talking about Ethan Klein, I feel like there's interesting conversations to be had there. People don't care what I have to say. People don't care about like having a nuanced conversation. People want to come here as a space to like vent their frustrations about whatever specific issue. They want to come here to yell about like Ethan Klein's crew and how Dan has wronged them for the fifth time or whatever, and they're so tired of AB staying on Ethan's stream or whatever. Instead of having an actual conversation about like Ethan Klein's behavior or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they don't come here for like, and this is the problem with like drama viewers. They don't come to your stream because they care about what you have to say. They come to be in a shared space that's hating on a specific person. You know what I mean? And I don't want to build a community off of that. And this kind of shows you can't build a community off of that. Because when you go live the next day, they're not there. They're not. In conclusion, I like this video. I'm not gonna be promoting it. It is what it is. I could post this pirate software video because there's no issues with the ad suitability, so it's monetizable. And so I could post this right now. But do I want to is the question. I don't know. Let's continue with Patrick CC.
But I stuck to it because obviously all the benefits that I said before, but ultimately sometimes I kind of live by this philosophy that like I'm not allowed to choose what I do, right? Like the views choose it because clearly
it defaults to unlisted. I can change it to whatever it is. Videos, if you don't publish them, default to unlisted.
You guys love it, so why wouldn't I just keep doing it? But still, I tried other styles of content that I personally liked more, or at least it was just a fresh switch up for me, but the views just didn't come in. And when you're a content creator, you have to balance the stuff that you want to do versus the stuff that you make money on, because
it's precisely what I was talking about. He's 100% correct. 100% correct.
it's very rare that those things happen at the same time. If I only did what I wanted, my views would drop and I'd make less money. And if I only did what gets views, I'd make more money, but I'd be miserable. So you got to find that perfect balance. But ultimately,
I just have not yet found that balance. This is me going through the process of trying to find that balance, right? Of doing what is successful, not even necessarily that makes money, right? Because I don't even necessarily care about the money. Right, but doing something that people want to actually watch, because I could post videos on a private unlisted account that nobody sees, right? But like, you know, what's the point of that when your goal is to like really spread a message? So there's a balance between posting videos that people want to watch and the videos that you enjoy making. And I think that the Kamala Harris video is a bit too far into the I enjoy making it, you know, space. as when compared to like the what people want to watch space, you know. And what, you know, who knows? YouTube is so fickle. Maybe in 5 months, the video pops off and blows up, and people love it. It's possible it could happen, but yeah.
Always wanted my second channel to just be fun. So the moment that I'm not having fun, I should take a break. So I did that in September of 2022. And then it was in that time that I came up with the idea of Aux Wars, a 1v1 battle between popular creators, which breathed some new life into the
Are you
series.
still making line detective video? Honestly, at this point, no. Unless something changes.
And I
I'm not
actually
making any long form scripted content for the foreseeable future.
want to bring that back, so maybe 2025. And lucky for me, we kind of struck gold again. Those videos got a ton of views and were probably the most fun we ever had in Aux history. By the end of 2022, if you add up Twitch and YouTube revenue, I made about By the end of 2022, if you add up...
Honestly, this is kind of the craziest part. The craziest part is that like he's not even making or having like he doesn't have that many more average viewers than I have in a given year. 70,000 subscribers is crazy.
Up Twitch and YouTube revenue.
Okay, also $200,000 from a YouTube channel is also crazy.
I made about $210,000, a 45% increase from the previous year. Now, I still wasn't really sure what the future held, but I wanted to take a big risk and drastically change the future of PatCC. Little did I know, as soon as I made a risky investment, something would go catastrophically wrong. In the beginning of 2023, viewership on the PatCC channel started slowly declining. Now, it was nothing insane, but it became more difficult to break 500,000 views, and the days of 1 million plus were kinda gone. That's probably due to lower Aux Battle output and the series just being over a year and a half old now. I tried more ideas for reaction videos, I even streamed with Quay for a little bit, and I actually was having the most fun with the channel that I ever had. I still look back at this time as me having the most variety and just overall the best vibe. Now, people were still demanding Aux Battles, and my Twitch viewership dropped from 600 average to 300 average viewers, which, as you can imagine, has an impact on your mental. You know, you start thinking...
Yeah. Yep. I like this video a lot. It kind of resonates with me and how I feel a lot about content creation. Also, it's also pretty transparent, which I also respect.
And like you're falling off and maybe I should just listen to them and do what they want. My revenue also started to take a slight hit, but honestly, I didn't really care that much. I felt like I was finally reaching my full creative potential as a streamer and a YouTuber, and ultimately I was just having fun. But then something happened that I never expected. In March of 2023, I got a copyright claim for like 10 different songs in one video. At the time, I was only previewing about 7 seconds of each song, so that's crazy that they would get all of the revenue that the video generates, but whatever. So for the next upload, we knocked it down to 6-second previews of the songs, and that was okay until we got another copyright claim. So we knocked it down to 5-second previews of the songs, and then we got another claim. It got to the point where even if we uploaded a 3-second clip of a song, the record label would take all of the revenue from the video. Now, I obviously can't upload Aux Battles or any of my videos really without previewing the music. Plus, listening to a 3-second snippet of a song when the Twitch viewers hear half the song or more drastically changes the viewer experience. By April of 2023, every video I uploaded that had mainstream music in it was claimed. But it got even worse. I started getting copyright claims for just showing music visuals. Like my hanging mic video got a copyright claim for showing a TikTok. I'm not playing the audio of the song, it's just my voiceover and showing the TikTok, and they get all the revenue. In my most recent video I just did with Blackboy Max, all of the songs in the video at the time of upload were unreleased, and as soon as I uploaded it, I got a copyright claim for an unreleased song. It's clear my channel is on some sort of list that prevents me from using any type of music content from a signed artist. I don't know if the labels put me on a list, or maybe I just had done this for so many years, stealing.
I think YouTube changed something for the copyright system. Cause like, yeah,
from record labels that now I'm just like on a blacklist or something, but I'm not making money on any video that has music, period. It's never gonna happen again. But back when this first happened, I was like, it's whatever. It's not all about the money, and my relevance and making my audience happy is most important, so I'm just gonna keep pushing. But then the views and the interest in Aux Battle overall just kind of kept going down, and on top of that, remember that major investment I was talking about? Well, that got finalized. So I just
not on a list. The other songs already in the content database. Yeah.
got myself in a ton of debt thinking that my YouTube and my Twitch would last. And on top of that, remember that major investment I was talking about? Well, that got finalized. So I just got myself in a ton of debt thinking that my YouTube and my Twitch would be able to fund it, which, by the way, I'm going to talk all about this major investment in my next video on PatCC, because I did come up with a solution. Kinda, but it's good news. I promise, it's good news. Anyways, I kept trying throughout summer of 2023 to push through, but there was no incentive for me to innovate. If I came up with a banger idea and got good views, the money would just go to the labels. If I spent money to increase the production value of the video and make something more high quality, it would just be a loss. And in hindsight, at this time, I wish I just pushed through it. I wish I just kept trying to find solutions, maybe a video series that makes a little bit of money, or innovate somehow to just break even or to just get by. But at the time, I just felt defeated. And since I had employees to pay, I needed to come up with a financial solution. I stopped streaming on Twitch since it took too much time, and Aux Battles was just dried up by now. I tried an entirely different direction and video style towards the end of 2023, and I had a lot of fun making those videos, but they were extremely high effort, taking weeks and months to plan, film, and edit, which ultimately led to thousands of dollars in losses. And I want to remind everyone that I'm not complaining. I'm just explaining how I felt at the time. I basically stumbled into a gold mine with Twitch and Aux Battles, and I became spoiled, blindsided by money. And while chasing the money, I lost the reason why I was doing this whole YouTube thing in the first place. 2023 as a whole was still a good revenue year. I generated about $100,000, but that was a 60% pay decrease from 2022. This just shows you how volatile YouTube money and entrepreneurship as a whole is. You could make literally 60% less in 1 year and put in the same amount of work, if not more work. With that being said, 2023 was an exceptional year for my main channel, and I had amazing momentum going into 2024, so I decided to just focus all my energy and resources on my main channel and just quit PatCC. I tried to come back during the Drake and Kendrick beef because I knew I had to talk about that, and then return to Aux Battles in summer of 2024 for the love of the game, and I'm grateful for all the people who came back and watched, but it kind of felt like I was just trying to bring back something that was dead. And in 2024, I made a grand total of $25,000 on this channel, an 88% decrease in revenue from my peak. It's funny because I'm not even mad at the record labels anymore, but it is a major reason why music YouTubers lose motivation and quit. But I'm not blaming them for the way that things panned out for me. YouTube and entrepreneurship is an unpredictable lifestyle. You have to adapt to changes. I am not owed viewership. I am not owed money. I have to earn it every single time I upload. And I understand this, but at times it does get hard to motivate yourself, especially when you have bills to pay and a family to take care of. However, the silver lining to all of this is that
Through set us up behind Patreon, that could have worked for Pat here. But yeah, I don't know. It may be less, even less about the money and more about just that, coupled with the fact that people just weren't watching it as much. He said his numbers also went down, and so that could kind of feed into the demotivation as well. But yeah.
My time off, I've gotten my business affairs in order, and basically I don't necessarily need my second channel revenue to survive anymore. I saved my money, invested it in the right areas, and now I have much more freedom. In 2025, I could make $0 on this channel and be okay. I don't care about the copyright claims.
And this is where me and Pat differ. We have the same, there were similar motivational issues and about content creation. Where we differ is just that I don't got money like that. Once you hit 1 million follower main channel and a 500,000 follower side channel, you are kind of chilling. You feel me? Because even if you don't have ad revenue, you get sponsors. You just throw a sponsor in there, and if you're pulling in like 1 million, views, you're pulling in 500,000 views, 100K views per video, right? You're making good enough money on sponsorships to like sustain you. Obviously, the ad revenue would be more because freaking 200K in ad revenue is crazy. Yeah, but now I'm making freaking 80 cents in ad revenue. So yeah. Yeah.
For the revenue,
80 cents. Oh, one of my videos made 80 cents. To be fair, I think my Kamala video made like $10. No, sorry, I made $2 in the 2 days it was live. $1 a day, chat. That's something. That's something. My should make one video made like what did it make? 20 cents. I just don't think I'm having fun anymore. That might be my main issue.
I may or may not earn. In 2025, I'm going to make the videos that I want to make and put them out whenever I feel like it. And more importantly, in my next video, I will be discussing some huge news. Huge news. You don't want to miss it. It's way more important than this video. Thank you all for sticking by me all these years. I just can't believe you're still here.
But me more video before you got monetization back? Yes, this is true. But yeah, that's my take. Is that I just don't think I'm having fun anymore, and I might have to just do a reset. I don't know if it means just dropping YouTube entirely, because I have fun making these videos. You know what I mean? Making long form videos, right? Where I give my take, or I think I do a decent job explaining the things that I'm explaining, right? But also, like, enjoy seeing people enjoy the videos. And if I think people aren't enjoying the videos, right, there has to be a balance there. There has to be a balance between putting out videos that I enjoy making and people enjoying watching the videos. If I put out videos that I enjoy making but nobody watches them, I also enjoy people watching the videos as well. You know what I mean? So it's tough. It's tough. Because it's kind of hard to even just do like regular content. Like I can freaking talk about freaking, I don't know, Drake, I guess, or something. But like, it's kind of hard to create content when that is what's on your mind. You know what I mean? Like I've tried like hiding the viewership number on my Twitch dashboard. Like it's hidden, but like my mind just like gravitates towards it, and I end up hovering over it just to see what viewership I'm at. And I'm just like, oh man, that kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Even if it's hidden, people say, oh, hide the number and focus on the concept. Even if it's hidden, I'm just like, it's just, I need to know. You know what I mean? I need to know. But I don't know. And part of me doesn't want to post this video either, because if I post this video, it's going to start taking away from this video. And I spent freaking 3 months on this video, so like I'm going to ruin it even more. Maybe. I don't know.
Typically, I've been posting.
Because you would post 2 videos to each other. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't. I don't know YouTube. I don't. I have posted like freaking 10 videos. And honestly, these videos don't even do well either, if you really think about it. But again, I got a spoiler because this video got shouted out, and it did significantly better than my other videos. And what makes me so mad is I wasn't even monetized when I posted this video. And I was like, oh, long form content is doing well. I spent an entire month on this video, long form, well researched, 4,000 views. And it's kind of just never recovered. This video, 4,000 views. This video, 8,000 views. This video, 7,000 views. This video, 5,000 views. This video, 2,000 views. This video, 4,000 views. This video, 7,000 views. Which I would be happy with if I stayed there. And it's just, in vision for collabs, that's how I see people blowing up. I suppose you can't get the collabs unless you're blowing up, but if Catch 22, that's not even the problem, right? The problem is I don't want to chase a collab to try to save my numbers. You know what I mean? That's my main issue. I don't want to, even if people want to collaborate with me, it's past even just like the social anxiety of collaborations. I don't want to be like, oh, my numbers are down, I need to find somebody to collab with. You know, yeah, I want organic growth. I want people finding my content and enjoying my content, right? Instead of like trying to like find somebody to save my channel. You know what I mean? And maybe that's what's needed to be done, and it just is what it is. When was your most popular video posted? Was there anything going on at the time that promoted it externally? Yeah, FD Signifier shouted this video out, which I do genuinely respect, right? But FD Signifier shouted this video out. The people sharing your stuff, organic growth. There's a difference between people sharing my stuff and people, and like me finding somebody to collaborate with because they have a big number and collaborating with them to try to save my channel. You know what I mean? There's a difference between like, I think the reason behind a collab is, you know, because you want to make good content. And I feel like, especially in the headspace that I'm in now, any collaboration that I seek or try to do won't feel like it's being done because I have a good content idea that I want to create a good piece of content. It would feel like I'm doing it because my videos are struggling and this other person has, you know, a big number or whatever that can save my channel. You know what I mean? I think it's about saving your channel as much as it's about exposing you to a new audience that might fuck with you. I think this, you know, at this point, I think that, again, it's especially because of the headspace that I'm in, any creation of a collaboration would feel disingenuous. You feel me? It would feel disingenuous. But it is what it is, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Right? It's just it's a terrible situation because it's a terrible situation because like I want to make long form content, but it's just not worth it to make long form content. You feel me? That I'm making shorter scripted videos, kind of like other stream clip videos, just more structured, would be faster to make. It would still take time to make it. That's the problem. Like I cannot push out a video a week. It's impossible. It is impossible. It cannot happen. Right? Because content creation is still not even my main gig. I have a whole other job that takes up my time. Right? That I have responsibilities and obligations for. Right? Should you do a short a week? Shorts suck. No. There's I don't see I don't see a pathway that like I can put like a short out. making 6 to 8 minute videos that are informative. I don't think you guys understand what I want to do. I just don't. If I want to make long form content and people don't want to watch long form content, I just won't make content. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna like compromise the type of content that I want to make. I just won't make the content. If the content that I want to make this is not resonating with people, I just won't make the content. Yeah, I could put time into content that I don't want to make, right? In order to try to chase people wanting the content. But if people don't want to see the content that I want to create, then I just won't make the content, you know? So yeah, I could, you know, think about like a freaking 10-minute video that I then edit and script and record, which would still take time to do. Instead of like a freaking long form content that I think I have something to say about. But if I don't want to make the content, I won't make the content. But it is what it is. It is what it is. People are gonna watch what they're gonna watch. And there's nothing I can do about it. I don't even know what Biscuit is yapping about.
So I just want to keep that in mind while I'm speaking. 2 years ago, most of the internet believed lies spread by a content creator of false narratives about me that completely had dishonest intentions that took over the entire internet and ruined my life. Many top YouTubers that you guys even watch dogpiled on a story that they had no idea of what happened and no intention of the
What
truth.
is he even yapping about? I don't even know what he's talking about.
Friends Canute. I made a huge WoW guild that has taken in here in general. So it's also another reason why I would like to move out of here. So now that you
Oh, he's
understand,
just moving out of his house. Okay. I feel like if you always chase trends and metas, you're kind of playing on borrowed time. Creativity goes more organically when you make content you actually enjoy creating. I think it's just most of my issues just come from just not understanding this, right? Like, because people just aren't watching the video as much. That maybe like that's it. Like I lose a lot of. I lose 45% of the viewers in the first minute and 20 seconds. That's probably on me. But like the video has a lot of likes and compared to how many views it has. I don't. I'm not gonna pretend like I know. I'm just my answer is just I don't know. I don't know. And I'm tired, but I'm gonna stop freaking complaining and just talk about or cover something else. Hmm. You know what?
About to go get that.
Oh, this is also the wrong cat anyway. My alert box is also still broken. All right, I'm doing it. F it, bro. What do I have to lose anyway? I'm already washed. I'm posting the Pirate Software video. Willpower, thank you for the 5-month free subscription. Oh, no, 5 gifted subs. I can't read. I watched the video yet, but I'll finish it. I'm at work today. I mean, I'm not like, thank you, I appreciate that. But like, you guys don't have to like, you know, watch my video to make me happy. Right? Watch party? I'm not watch partying my own video. Maybe that's also my problem. Maybe I'm washed because I watched part of my own video and you guys didn't watch it because you guys lied to me. Maybe that's what it was. It was an immediate rush for answers at the election laws and people wanted not think about politics, like be just about your right, that it's just a timing. But that's just it sucks that like you have to rush to be the first person to like be wrong about why she lost the election. You know what I mean? Freaking liberals are monetarily rewarded for being quick and wrong about why she lost the election. And nothing will fucking change about it. Nothing will change. They come out a week ago or a week later and be like, she lost because she was black. Freaking million views. And if you actually try to analyze exactly why you think she lost and what role her identity played and why she lost the election and what other factors could have been at play at why she lost the election and how the Democratic Party and the general left can move in the future, right? In context of like why she lost the election so that Trump doesn't win in the future or if Republican doesn't win in the future and that you actually fix people's material conditions. Nope, sorry. That's you figuring you're 2 months late. 2 months late. But no, you can be like a freaking liberal and be wrong all the time and be benefited from it. You're just monetarily benefited. Honestly, that's what makes me the maddest. I say this all the time. I said it a bunch today. I think that's what makes me the maddest. Not people watching the video, not people not watching the video, not the video performing poorly, right? Not my Twitch numbers being down or whatever. What makes me the most upset is the fact that liberals a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the election made their own little videos about why Kamala lost the election, did their own little podcast streams about why Kamala lost the election. Freaking a million views, right? But if you actually take time to analyze her loss, if you actually take time to, do actual research, right, into how the Democrats have lost ground since 2020, and you actually do the work that is required, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Sure, whatever.
Let's move on to our main...
Wait, hold on. This is kind of funny. This is about TikTok ban as well. We're talking about TikTok ban now. We're doing TikTok ban stuff. And freaking America deserves Trump. I'll say it. Fuck it, I'll say it, bro. America deserves Trump. America deserves Trump. America deserves Donald Trump. They do. They deserve Donald Trump. They do. They do. They don't actually care about stopping fascism. They don't care about limiting the expansion of the Republican Party and fascist narratives. Does everybody like America does? Yeah, 100%. 100% they do. And this is the reason why I made the video in the first place. Video doing well or not, this is the reason why. Right? That the freaking losers get invited back to the White House. The losers. The losers. The losers. The losers. The losers. The losers get invited back to the White House to meet the president, shake his hand. The people who said Joe Biden shouldn't drop out in the first place. Right? People told Kamala not to move to the left, to bunker down on right-wing border policies, and defended that. Right? Radio silent on the genocide of Palestinians. The losers. Right? Now doing their own media tour about like, well, it's just because freaking black men and Latino men and Latino women and young people are just, they're too pro-Trump now. You know what I mean? They're all too conservative now. And not the fact that like Kamala has abandoned the left. But no, when you, like they want their quick, gratification. They want their own worldview to be, reflected back to them, and they don't want to do any introspection. Anyway, on TikTok ban, lawyers say there will be a penalty and punishment for using a VPN to access TikTok after the ban. Exclusive, lawyer reveals the risk of using TikTok with a VPN if the U.S. imposes a ban. With TikTok facing an impending ban in the United States, anxious Americans are doing everything they can to find a workaround, but legal experts say it's in their best interest to stay away if the ban actually happens. TikTok is faced with an imminent ban in the U.S. If its parent company, ByteDance, fails to sell its office share of the viral video sharing app by January 19, 2025. That's in 4 days. At the time of writing, TikTok hasn't entered any negotiations to sell and is even prepared to shut down its whole website in the event of an agreement cannot be reached. As expected, creators have made their home on TikTok are understandably panicked, while others who have been scrolling addicts are worried their favorite pastime will soon be out of reach. This has led quite a few netizens to wonder if they can if they can't find a workaround to using a virtual private network or a VPN to bypass America's ban if the ban does come to pass. But lawyers say that this isn't a good idea. We spoke to Neil Alon of Stubbs Alderton Markellis LLP, a business litigator who focused on high-end intellectual property disputes, to get his insights on the legality of using a VPN to access TikTok if it eventually gets the boot. According to Elon, using a VPN to access TikTok should the app be banned in the U.S. would be firmly against the law, and violators can expect to be punished. If there is a law stating you can't do this, and you do this by using a VPN to circumvent the law, then you're in violation of the law. There will be a penalty and punish, likely fines. I wouldn't recommend using a VPN to get around the law, although I do know that it is common. Whether the lawmaker turn a blind eye or whether it's strictly enforced is a risk user will take. I don't think this is like necessarily true, right? It's like the same thing as like using a VPN to access African pornography if it's banned in a state. Like it might be like against the law, but it also might not be like something that the U.S. government is going to litigate because it's going to take up too much time and resources. You know what I mean? The enforcement would be similar to that of torrenting. Yeah, if you do it on your ISP would probably send you an email to be like, hey, you can't access TikTok on this network. It's against the law or whatever. They'll send you an email like they do if you torrent something. But if you do a VPN company, if the VPN company allows you to do so, they probably won't stop you, and they probably won't be heavily enforced. But the problem is not if like the government comes after you for using TikTok. The problem is this. TikTok is planning to shut down its US app on Sunday, and people who are already using the app won't be able to use it. That's the issue. The real issue is that TikTok shuts down its servers. VPN or not, unless you use a VPN to I guess if you use a VPN to go to freaking European servers or whatever, you will just not see American content. There will be zero American content. So maybe you can use a VPN and you won't be able to use your account. Is kind of the problem. If you have an American TikTok account, you probably won't be able to post videos, even if you use a VPN to go through Canada or whatever. You probably have to make another TikTok account and start from the beginning, start from zero, and you'll be accessing Canadian TikTok or whatever. Most people aren't going to do this, right? Most people aren't going to do this. This is just the case. You know what I mean? Since I was like, it's about to grow rapidly. That's so funny. Yeah, X is gonna grow. Sure. To be fair, they're not necessarily wrong or entirely wrong. About that, because everywhere is gonna see an increase. But it's gonna be marginal. It's not gonna be crazy. And they're not going to freaking Twitter. They're going to YouTube. That's the answer. They're going to YouTube, they're going to Twitch, they're going to Instagram. They're going to Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch in that order. That's what they're gonna do. Louise. Let's see what John Oliver has to say.
Story tonight, which concerns TikTok,
TikTok.
the social media app many are addicted to thanks to its cooking
Mandarin
tutorials.
on Red Note. Ni hao. I don't remember my Duolingo lesson. Okay, listen. I will learn Mandarin. It would be sick.
Dances that are impossible for anyone
be
born
crazy.
before 1985 to look cool doing, and masterpieces like this.
There is truly nothing I love more than watching this man's videos and guessing what he's making. Okay.
Dragon.
Oh, like a submarine.
Snake.
Totally a snake. Got it.
What a journey! And honestly, I don't know how TV is supposed to compete with that. I'd absolutely watch that guy hosting
Definitely growing the way I pronounce the words. That's funny. We're gonna do a Mandarin learning stream here at some point.
a game show titled Dick or Snake. It's basically...
Apparently they like black people on Little Red Note, Little Red Book. Oh, Black Mirror was like, do you guys like black people here? And they were just like, we love black people here. And I was just like, W. These are my wait, did the ceasefire, is it solidified? They have Luigi there, as they should. Yo! What? All right. All right, bro. All right, bro. A Gaza ceasefire has been reached. And I only have one thing to say. Fuck Joe Biden, bro. And Kamala Harris. Literally all, and this perfectly shows that the whole working tirelessly for a ceasefire thing, lies. Lies. It's absolute lies. Absolute lies. Absolute lies. Insane how they've spun the lies. They've spun the lies about them working tirelessly for a ceasefire and how a ceasefire deal is close and we're doing all that we can. Like, getting the credit for at least not waiting until Trump to take credit for this. Well, the reporting is that, you know, allegedly, from what I heard, right, Trump was the person who's picking up the phone and putting pressure on Bibi. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, I was never gonna give them that until the election anyway. No, that's stupid. That's dumb. They could have just withhold arms. Don't give them weapons. It perfectly shows that if they actually put pressure on Netanyahu and actually cut off weaponry and arms, right? They would have had a choice. They would not have had a choice. It's not an idea of like, oh, Netanyahu, he would have kept bombing them or whatever. If Joe Biden said, right, say we're gonna stop giving you arms, because he never said that. The arms were never in contention. And as leftists have been saying for over a year now, they were saying that because Israel knew that no matter what red line Joe Biden had, they would still get arms regardless, that Israel and Netanyahu felt no reason, right? No reason to actually move towards a ceasefire. And so this perfectly demonstrates that the Democrats are just evil monsters, evil genocidal monsters that didn't even attempt to curtail Israel. Because as Direful Pot is saying, the mere presence of Trump's, right, is what caused this to occur in the first place. With the occupation of the West Bank coming, potentially. Well, I can't speak to how deeper they will like motivate, or Israel would move to like in the West Bank, right? But they only did it for PR moves or domestic damage control. It's crazy that Trump actually ended up being better on genocide than the Dems. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go as far as he ended up being better on the genocide. It's more that it's a few things. It's that Trump wants to be known as the strong man, right? He wants to be known as the strong man that has the world under his thumb. And so him like appearing as though he's getting the war in order, right, lets him put out the or portrayal that America is on top, which is what kind of what like the Democrats have been saying that is the case. Probably giving them an out to back up and reload / regroup. I wouldn't even necessarily go like that far either. I think he doesn't care about Israel at all. You feel me? I think he only views it as how America looks. I don't think Trump necessarily cares about Israel even taking ground or whatever. It's more about he wants to be known as like the candidate that ends the war. And so he is doing this specifically to essentially take credit from Biden for ending the war. He's like, oh, Biden's not gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, so I'm the good guy now, right? Whatever happens after, where you see like an increase of conflict in freaking Lebanon, Israel violating the ceasefire deal and not being held accountable for it, occupation of the West Bank, or a re-engaging in Gaza. There's a number of things that could happen after this, right? But right now, Trump wants to be known as the guy who gets the deal done. He wants to be known as the guy who put pressure on getting the deal done. Right? Trump wanted the talking point? Yes. Yeah, he wanted the talking point. He doesn't care about Palestinians. He doesn't care about safeguarding Palestinian lives. It's just purely from the perspective of he wants the headlines of Trump ended the war in Gaza. That's what he wants. Right? And the crazy part is it's not entirely inaccurate. You know what I mean? That's the wildest part, is that it's not entirely inaccurate. Because, like, this is something that Joe Biden never attempted to do in the first place. Yeah, but you're describing how Trump is exactly the same as the Dems, but he's still forced a ceasefire. Again, I think it's for cynical reasons. I think it's important to note that he still forced a ceasefire. Therefore, you could say he's like better than Biden, but that is kind of implying that like he cares about Palestinians. And I won't go that far. Yeah, but the Dems wouldn't do it for cynical reasons. That's my point. Do you think that there would be a ceasefire now if Kamala had won? No, not at all. I think there could have been a ceasefire in November if Joe Biden withheld arms. I think I take it back. I think there could be a ceasefire now if Kamala won, if Kamala had withheld arms. But I don't believe Kamala would have done it. You feel me? Because unlike Donald Trump, Kamala doesn't care about being known as the person who's ended the war in Gaza. Trump cares about this because of his machismo, you know what I mean? His macho-ness. He wants to be like, you know, go down in history books as like, I'm the big dog. I'm calling the shots here. You feel me? Kamala doesn't care about any of that stuff. She cares about helping our allies and NATO and, making sure Israel has what it takes to defend itself and has the weaponry to do so, right? That's what she cares about. Is giving Trump way too much credit? I disagree. Why else would Trump do this? You know what I mean? Trump has been like, Trump is a Zionist as well. He's been in the camp of giving Israel weaponry. He's not that strategic. No, it's not about being strategic. It's about Trump is not strategic. He's a doofus. Definitely one of his lackeys. I think you're incorrect. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is a 5-head big brain play. I'm saying this is a 3-head little brain play to make himself look good. He's like, what would make me look good? You over there, ending the war in Gaza. Got it. I'm gonna do that. That's literally it. That's literally it. That's all this is, right? He's going down the list of what will make me look good. No war is a good thing. He knows that being anti-war is a good thing. And so he's like, I'm gonna do that. Right? That's why he's like taking this position of like ending the war in Gaza. Not because he cares about Palestinians. He cares more about looking good than supporting American allies. Kamala doesn't care about looking good. She cares about like American allies and like American imperialism and the growing of the American, American markets. Like that's what Kamala cares about. She's a status quo politician. She's a war hawk. So is Joe Biden. So is Hillary Clinton. That's what they care about. They care more about like how they appear to their allies and NATO and stuff like that. Trump doesn't care about any of that. He cares about what makes Trump look good. He's like, it would look good. If Trump thinks or thought it would make him look good if he were to do universal healthcare, he would do universal healthcare. If Trump thinks that it would make him look good if he deports all migrants, he will deport all migrants. Trump makes every single decision based upon how it makes him look. Right? How it makes him appear. If it makes him appear as a strong man, if it makes him appear as though he's tough and big and, has control of the situation, he'll do it. Does he wants the war in Ukraine to end immediately? Yeah. Yes, he does. And if it comes down to it, he would put sanctions on Russia to end the war to make him look good. Or he would just stop, arming Ukraine so Ukraine gets demolished by Russia to end the war to make him look good. What decision he chooses to make is a toss-up, right? He can either choose to back Ukraine or back Russia, but that decision would be done because he knows that ending wars makes him look good, regardless of what the outcome is or what the mechanism is. Just like this was a toss-up as well. Trump pushing Bibi to sign onto a ceasefire agreement could have happened. And in a parallel universe, he's saying, okay, we're going to nuke Palestine or whatever to end the war. That was an equally likely scenario because either way, Trump ends the war and he looks good. You know what I mean? His only goal is what makes Trump look good. You feel me? Actually, citing U.S. officials says the ceasefire deal has been reached. A Gaza ceasefire deal has been real. Actually, a reporter says on Wednesday, or on X on Wednesday, citing U.S. official. The reporter Barack Ravid did not provide details. Okay, that's it. That's all we get. Okay, cool. But Rutgers is reporting it. As a black individual, it's truly disgusting to watch Harris, a black woman, cover for the apartheid. Also, hot take: Biden was the worst president than Trump. I never voted MAGA and never will. It's definitely a race to the bottom. Oh, was it Reuters? Sorry, did I say Rutgers? Reuters. I can't read. I have Rutgers on my mind for some reason. You feel me? Deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas that will see some hostages freed. A pause in the war in Gaza. 3 U.S. officials confirm. Strikingly similar to when Jimmy Carter left office and the Contras struck a deal with the Reagan administration to release some hostages as soon as the election is over. Benjamin Netanyahu ends the war as soon as the election is over. And give me a second. Here, watch wait. Can we see a CNN or a news thing? Funny slip. It is a funny slip. Oh, this is the wrong thing. This one, my stream account. There we go. Okay, I don't care about Marco Rubio. Shut up, Marco Rubio. We're talking about news now. We're talking about the war in Gaza ending. In my lab at Rutgers right now, I was like, what? Is there nobody reporting this? Come on, mainstream media. Nobody's reporting this? I don't care about the confirmation hearing, okay? I want to see the war in Gaza. Here, okay, we watch this.
Israel and Hamas
back.
appear to be on the cusp of a ceasefire deal that would end
It's
over
breaking,
15 months of
I
war.
guess it's like 10 minutes.
Hamas
you know?
officials say they've accepted a draft of the proposal. The Israelis say there still is no deal, but they're also voicing optimism as final details are being worked out. Qatar, the Mideast country that's been mediating the talks, say the sides have not been this close to an agreement in months. The proposal lays out a multi-stage process for ending a war that has killed over 46,000 Palestinians, 1,600 Israelis, and also caused widespread devastation in Gaza. The first stage calls for a gradual pullback of Israeli troops from most of Gaza over 6 weeks in exchange for the freedom of 33 hostages held by Hamas. Displaced Palestinians would also begin to go home, and aid would pour into Gaza. The sides also would quickly enter negotiations on a second phase meant to end the war altogether. That would mean a final pullout of remaining Israeli troops and the return of roughly 70 other hostages. Now, it remains unclear who will run Gaza in the long run and who is going to pay for the badly needed reconstruction. But negotiators are hoping that this initial ceasefire, this initial phase, will create the momentum to address these deeper issues.
Can one of the mods change the title and put ceasefire in the title, please? Robert Reporter 2? Oh, this is a...
Israel and Hamas appear to be...
Israel and Hamas are the closest they have been to a ceasefire in Gaza. That's the word from senior U.S. and Israeli officials, as well as a Hamas statement. Nick Schifrin is following all of this and joins us now. So, Nick, what's in the deal and how close is it to being done?
Regional and U.S. officials tell me, Jeff, as you just said, that they are as close as they have ever been since they started negotiating this deal, which would begin with phase one and a 6-week...
This is what Evan Hill was saying.
All right, breaking news, an earthquake in the world of social
Ceasefire.
media that could be even bigger than...
Wait, not this. A diplomat briefed on the situation on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas and credited progress in the talks in part to the influence of President-elect Donald Trump, saying it was the first time real pressure has been on the Israeli side to accept the deal. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. I hate liberals so freaking much. So freaking much. So I got on my feet talking about how it has to be the PA taking over Gaza. This is a start. Oh, Palestinian Authority. Yeah, it's... Look at 1,000 die for no reason. Like, not even just thousands. He let tens of thousands, upwards of hundreds of thousands, be directly killed by Israel in bombing strikes and such, starve to death, right? Die of dehydration, die of hypothermia, crushed by buildings for no reason. Oh, this fruit kind of smells weird. I bought it like 2 days ago. Oh, that's good. It's not watermelon, chat. I promise you, it's not because I'm black. That's so good. I love watermelon. Not because I'm black, but because it's good. Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire deal in a major breakthrough that includes the release of Israeli hostages, a senior U.S. official said Wednesday, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive negotiations. The first phase of the agreement, brokered in the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, will halt, for now, a 15-month war that changed the Middle East. This includes plans for a limited withdrawal, not fantastic, but withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza and a surge in humanitarian aid in the enclave. The initial steps to is set to include exchange of 33 Israeli hostages in Gaza for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, according to the U.S. official. We have reached a deal for hostages in the Middle East. They will be released shortly. Thank you. President-elect Donald Trump wrote on X as the news emerged. AJ's like, thank you. Okay. Al Jazeera, the first people with the coverage is not like entirely surprising. Gosh darn it, let me pull it up. Is it live on YouTube? Yeah, wait, is it English? Yeah.
That has been mentioned as part of this ceasefire agreement, at least according to the details that we were getting initially from Associated Press, because they leaked them, but now I understand Reuters has come out with some as well, will be involving the delivery of humanitarian aid. But to come back to your point about looking after the people in Gaza and where they go from here, even trying, one would imagine, to get that aid into Gaza, given the fact that Israel is going to continue to control the land and sea borders around Gaza, is not going to be an easy process. The people in Gaza, from what you're saying, will not necessarily get the help that they desperately need as fast as they need it.
When there be any reparation for Gaza? Probably not.
And that is a recipe for disaster. That is a recipe for disaster. Because the 2 million Palestinians who have been living under this horrific bombardment and killing and slaughter and destruction and death the past 16 months are expecting now that there's a ceasefire for some respite. But the Israelis are not going to allow this. They are sadistic, they are racist, and they're going to make sure that the Palestinians don't enjoy a day of joy for, being free of bombings and fear and so on and so forth. So yes, it's going to be on two levels. One, which is allowing the aid in, and second, the distribution of aid. Now, having said that, Rob, I think it's important to mention some of the positives, if one can say that, is that, as we've heard in the past hour, this is the same deal, basically, that was agreed upon in May by the Palestinians, by Hamas.
Yeah, in May and in July. Pretty consistently. That deal was the same deal that they had proposed. Right? It was like they signed on to the, okay, we're good with it. Israel refused to come to the table.
Rejected by Israel. And this deal does insist on Israel withdrawal from, for example, the Philadelphia Inquirer, or from Netzarim, or from the eastern part of Gaza. Withdrawals, and not taking on any major piece of land from Gaza, and allowing the Palestinians to move back north. The Israelis rejected all of that the past 8 months, allowing for tens of thousands of more people to be killed or injured. But now Netanyahu is forced to accept that which he rejected 8 months ago, allowing for the war to continue 8 extra months and subjecting the Palestinians to an incredible suffering. This goes to the heart of the matter.
And again, as I said yesterday, the craziest part about this, right? The craziest part about this is that Trump gets to take credit for getting a ceasefire deal done when that was all that the Democrats were talking about doing. We need to get this deal done. We need to get this deal done. Trump gets to take credit for getting this deal done, and he won't be entirely incorrect in doing so. You feel me? For like what his entire cabinet doesn't want a ceasefire and Trump won't condition anything for Israel. He might. Right? Okay, I don't know. No, he might. Because again, if you filter this through the lens of like what Trump wants, Trump is not going to let Bibi walk over him. He won't. He's not going to do that. Right? Trump does, because like the difference between Trump and Biden is that Biden is fanatical. He's a fanatical Zionist. He like, it's straight fanatical. He has a vested interest in the state of Israel existing because like American allyship or whatever. Trump cares about the state of Israel in insofar as they can provide something to him. He doesn't care whether or not Israel exists or not. He doesn't. Right? He's like, yeah, you can do your thing or whatever, but you're not gonna step over me. AIPAC funding. Trump doesn't care about AIPAC funding. He doesn't. Trump doesn't care about AIPAC funding. Trump doesn't care. Trump literally only cares about how he is perceived. That is it. That's it. And he can be perceived well by ending the war. You know what I mean? Just take credit. I hate Trump, but the Afghanistan withdrawal was initiated under him. I know he's not a peace dove, but neither are liberals. Yeah, and again, he only does these things because he knows that it will make him look good. 31, he doesn't need AIPAC funding anymore. And he didn't even really need it in the first place anyway. Again, he only, like, everything he does is to make himself, it bolster his public image. If he feels like supporting Israel and giving them freaking nuclear weapons would bolster his public image, he would do that too. Trust and believe. He would do that too. You feel me? I forgot about Antifa Tando is on your stream. What do you mean? He's just talking about like a bald person? What are you talking about? Bald? Nobody here is even super bald. Yeah, dude's not bald enough to be Anthony Fantano. He's only slightly bald. Not super bald. Okay, but you said the word? He's got it right. Oh, the flannel. Fair. I'm not bald. I am eating melons, though. This is a honeydew. This is a cantaloupe. This is a watermelon. Watermelon's the best one. And not because I'm black. It's so good. It's so good, bro. It's so good. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, as I was saying, Trump only cares about what makes himself look good. He only cares about what would bolster his own public persona, his own image, right? And so if he thinks that ending the war will make him look good, he will pressure Israel to end the war. And if he thinks that Israel is violating that and are trying to stoke regional conflict again, I can see a world where Trump conditions aid to be like, no, this wasn't the deal. You better stop that or you're not getting any more weapons. Biden would never do that. He never did it. Kamala would also never do it. She never said she would do it, right? But Trump doesn't care about coming across as he's pro-Israel. He doesn't. He doesn't care. He only cares about making himself look good. And so if being pro-Israel will make him look good, he will be pro-Israel. If being, or conditioning aid to Israel will make him look good, he will also condition aid to Israel. Nothing Trump does is based on ideological reasoning. It's literally only what makes him look good. That's it. That's it. I can see that if he wasn't so impressionable, he got Fox and a bunch of warhawks in his ear. No, he's not. He's not impressionable in like what makes him look good. Trump is only impressionable when he's looking for things that make him look good. That's it. That's it. Trump will listen to nobody if it does not benefit his own worldview. Now, if people will tell him, if he's able to be convinced that, nuking Gaza would make him look good, he'll do it. Right? But if he believes that, like, being anti-war makes him look good, then he will do that as well. If he's like, I was just told that being anti-war will make me look good and make me look super strong and stuff. And someone's like, no, Trump, you should nuke Gaza. And he's like, that won't make me look good. I'm not doing that. You feel me? And so, yes, he is impressionable, but his first step is to filter every information he gets in. Will this make me look like a big, strong man? And if it's yes, then he does it. And so again, I'm not saying he won't do that. I'm not saying he won't be swayed by the war hawks. He's not saying he won't fund Israel and give Israel weaponry. That I think a lot of people thought, like, or are probably thinking now, thinking that Trump is now the good guy in Palestine, right? I was like, at the moment, he's been told that being anti-war makes him look good, and so he's doing that now.
Of how criminal this prime minister is, and why the International Criminal Court thinks so, not that I think so. The International Criminal Court thinks that he and his lieutenants deliberately starved the people in Gaza. It had nothing to do with the war against Hamas. Not directly, that's for sure. He simply installed a policy to starve the people in Gaza by cutting aid coming in, and of course, as usual, blaming the Palestinians for it, as if the Palestinians have vested interest in starving their people. But be that as it may...
Does it make Trump's agenda easier? The reality is Biden and Admin tied themselves down with Ukraine and Gaza. I mean, yeah, this is true. Less about Ukraine, though. People stopped caring about Ukraine during the election cycle. I don't think people really care about Ukraine. I think a lot of people care a lot more about Gaza than care about, like, supporting Ukraine. This in the end allows him to not come across as a psychopath, like the Dems. I think it's less about him not coming across as a psychopath and more about, because he will come across as a psychopath. He's trying to deport like 20 million people. Trump doesn't care about coming across as a psychopath, right? It's more about this makes him look like he's in control. Biden, for the last, 13, 14 months, right? 13, 14 months was specifically out of control. Like, he looked like he had no idea what was going on. He wasn't in control. Like, Bibi was freaking calling the shots or whatever. Even though Biden was the person who wanted to be, like, defending Israel. And because of that, Biden lost a lot of favor. This is giving off the appearance that Trump is in control. Giving off the appearance that Trump, we're America. Nobody tells us what to do. You don't just get entitled to our weapons. We get to be our weapons or whatever. And that's it. It's literally strongman politics. It's a core tenet of fascism, but like it's still that's how we arrived here in the first place.
Now we have a deal that was basically more or less the deal that was reached back in June and later on in August, that Netanyahu had to accept because Trump basically told him so, because he didn't want more of the same as he's inaugurated in January 20th.
Exactly.
That does not mean that from here on, the path is going to be paved with good intentions. Anything but. I don't trust the next coming administration of Christian Zionists. I don't trust the fanatic Zionist government in Israel that's basically indicted on war crimes, and I don't trust those in the various surroundings and elsewhere in how they want to contribute to the rebuilding of Gaza and for supporting a two-state solution.
This person is entirely correct, right? This is exactly what my take was, right? This is a good thing, but it's only done in the moment because Trump does not want to go into the start of his presidential career, his second term, as a with a war going on or whatever. He doesn't want it to like taint him in his like nice gold plated suit or whatever. But it doesn't mean that in the future he won't start funding Israel again, right? Especially with freaking Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Right? And so I think if anybody's like looking at Trump being like, oh, he's the savior of Palestinians, I think they're wrong. I think they're incorrect. I think they're mistaken. He's doing this purely for cynical reasons. Purely for cynical reasons. And it could very well get a lot worse in the future. But it could also very well be Trump saying he doesn't want the war to start again because it makes him look bad. We don't know. The problem with Trump is that he is so unpredictable that nobody has a read on him. Nobody knows what he's going to do. Nobody knows. Right? There were a lot of like freaking liberal Democrats who were saying, oh, you freaking stupid Muslim voters, you stupid Arab voters, you stupid Palestinian supporters. Look, Trump won now. Now you're never going to get your ceasefire. I wonder where those people are now. I wonder what they're doing now. It's a distraction. They get a PR win, but will start escalate in the West Bank within the next year or two. Yeah, but they would have done that under Kamala as well. They would have not only done it under Kamala, but there still would have been no ceasefire. You feel me? And so that's the problem. That's the problem. Like even under like Joe Biden's like tutelage, his leadership, they were going to freaking war with Lebanon. You mean they're annexing parts of Syria again? Like, what are we doing? They were already stoking conflict. You know what I mean? They were already stoking conflict in the region and trying to expand the territory of Israel into like greater Israel or whatever. And we would have already seen an escalation in the West Bank in the future. It would have happened under Kamala as well. And there would have been no ceasefire. Also, yeah, we have this open. We talked about this.
All of that remains at best a guessing game, at best. And it certainly leaves a lot of room for skepticisms about intentions and about will to move this thing forward in order to, yes, on the one hand, prevent another October 7th from happening by ending the occupation, ending the suffering, and reaching security through peace rather than the usual Israeli grinding words nonstop about that.
The genocidal bubble.
How their security.
I mean, y'all know who I voted for, so.
Comes first and everything else be damned.
Mohammed Bashar, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, here's what we know about the deal so far. According to Reuters, it's going to happen in 3 stages. The implementation of the agreement is going to be guaranteed by Qatar, Egypt, and the US. It's going to require 600 truckloads of humanitarian aid daily, half of them for the north.
Daily. That's, again, not fantastic, but that's literally more than has entered Gaza in like the past 4 months. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of crazy. There has a 100% chance to do something in Gaza. What else is there to say? Yeah. 100% had a chance to do something and just didn't. And just didn't. I should have voted for Shiki Gerger and I didn't care.
North. Now, in stage 1, lasting 6 weeks, Hamas will release 33 Israeli captives, including all female civilians, female soldiers, and children, followed shortly by the release of men above 50 years old.
It was so easy, bro. Because it's also not even like an insane deal. Like, it's not like, man, Palestinians, you got out good with this one. You know what I mean? You really pulled one over on Israel. Like, this deal is not like fantastic. Right? All the hostages still gets released. Israel will still maintain and hold Palestinian prisoners. Not all Palestinian prisoners are being released. They're still occupying Palestinian territory. And it's not even a full withdrawal of Israeli troops. At least in the first stage.
In return, Israel is going to free 50 Palestinian prisoners for each female soldier and 30 for each civilian captive. Then Israel is to release all the women and children under 19 that it's detained since October 7th, 2023.
Yeah, so they're only releasing people detained since October 7th. And Israel has detained thousands of Palestinians even before October 7th. And so it's not a perfect deal. It's not a perfect deal. But like anything in comparison to what was going on in Gaza is better. Anything. And all it would have taken was a single phone call, bro. One single phone call. One phone call.
Negotiations on the second phase are going to begin by the 16th day into the first phase. It's expected to include the release of all the remaining captives, the establishment of a permanent ceasefire, and
what was the timeline he'd say?
The release of by the 16th day
2 weeks
into the first phase. It's expected to include the release of all the remaining
withdrawal of all Israeli soldiers in 16 days. Right? or they begin the withdrawal in 16 days. It just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. It was so simple. This was the deal that Hamas agreed to almost a year ago. 9-10 months ago. Hamas agreed to this deal. They said, we will do this. Israel said no. And do you know what the Biden administration said? Right? The deal was put on the table. Hamas was like, we agree. Israel says no. The Biden administration turned around and said, Hamas has not agreed to this deal. Hell. Hell is not hot enough for these people. They also killed the guy negotiating the deal. Indeed, yes, they did. They killed the primary negotiator. And Hamas was still like, we still agree. 2 separate times this deal was on the table. Hamas agreed both times. Israel said no. And then the Biden administration turned around and told the public. And then the media, oh, don't let me forget the media's role in this. They turned around and told the public using the media that Hamas has not agreed to the deal. And the media ran the story uncritically. It's crazy because as leftists, we were saying how that scared the freaking mess out of me. We were saying how as leftists, the liberals would immediately, as soon as Trump gets inaugurated, turn around and now join our side. They would be like, oh, we now care about Palestinians. It didn't even take that long. He's not even inaugurated yet. He gets inaugurated in 5 days. And immediately the media and liberals are just like, whoa, man, the war in Gaza is so crazy. Oh, man, it's so bad. And we need to do something about it. "60 Minutes" recorded something over a year ago and decided to just release their retrospective about how bad the war in Gaza is after Kamala lost the election. Because they knew, and the media knew, and we all knew, that it would make the Biden administration and the Kamala campaign look bad, that Gaza was in disarray. It was devastated. And they just kept preaching to us about how a ceasefire is coming. And Donald Trump, who's not even the president yet, put enough pressure on Israel as the president-elect, to get them to sign on to this deal. Is that not crazy? I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I am going insane. I feel like I'm going insano mode, bro.
Captives, establishment of a permanent ceasefire, and the complete withdrawal of Israeli soldiers.
The
final stage is going.
It literally would have taken a single phone call. Ring, ring. Hello, BB? Yeah. No more weapons for you until you sign this deal. All right? All right, goodbye. Boop. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Joe Biden or Kamala could have made the call. Joe Biden calling on behalf of the current administration, or Kamala calling on behalf of the incoming administration. That's all it would have taken. 10 seconds. As we said it would. But like the liberals on Twitter were like, oh no, it can't happen. Oh no, it's too no, it's too complicated. Oh, it's a very complicated situation. they're working tirelessly around the clock, they're lying. They're liars. They're so freaking liars, bro. They're so liars.
Going to focus on long-term arrangements, including the return of bodies of Israeli captives and Palestinian fighters. We're going to bring in Sultan Barakat. He's a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University. And Ori Goldberg is an Israeli political commentator. He's joining us from Tel Aviv. Sultan, I want to come to you first. One of the things that we were just, as I was going through that list that was occurring to me, was that in many ways, if everybody agrees to everything and there's a lot of trust on either side, then all of this should just fall into place.
There's no evidence that it was like pre-planned.
These are two sides that do not trust each other, that cannot trust each other.
That, like,
how hard
Israel
is it?
planned to like end or sign a ceasefire deal when Trump was before Trump's inauguration? It might have been, right? But I just don't have any like direct evidence of that.
To monitor.
And again, even if it was, it doesn't matter because Biden could have, as you said, Biden could have done something about it. Biden could have pressured Israel into a ceasefire before this even was the point, even if it was planned.
Something like this to make sure that both sides is actually doing what they agreed to do.
Well, it is hard, but it all depends on the guarantors for this agreement. If the U.S. is serious about guaranteeing this agreement, and with all due respect to Qatar and to Egypt, they can only do very limited support, because neither of them is on the ground, and it will take them a long time to deploy their own people on the ground to monitor and so on. But the U.S. is the supply line of this war. So if they are serious about guaranteeing this agreement, they can see it through, because they can start by turning off the tap on Israel in terms of supplies, cash, etc. And they can...
Oh, it's almost like they could have done this previously as well. Very, very clearly. They could have also done this as well. They could have, if, as we understand, America is a supply line for this genocide. They could have stepped in and held Israel's feet to the fire to sign the deal months ago. Anyway,
stop providing them with intelligence. They can stop the British from also providing intelligence on behalf of the Israelis and so on. So there's a lot in their hands.
Just the lives of children. Even separate from like the lives, their arms, their legs, their limbs, the permanent damage that they've suffered, right? And if you don't care about that, and you're like a property Andy, like people like, oh, BLM burned down buildings or whatever. The buildings, the hospitals, the roads, the schools, the universities, right? An entire society could have been saved. An entire culture could have been spared the going through a genocide. All it would have taken from either Kamala or Joe Biden was a 10-minute phone call. There was precedent for it happening before, right? Trump put pressure on it before he was even the president. And the U.S. was supplying the weapons.
And they can do a great deal if they're serious about it. And I agree with what Marwan was saying, that we have to approach it with great...
It's so crazy. I'm sorry, I have to keep pausing. It's so crazy. At my job, we sent millions. We sent millions of emails to Congress. Millions of emails to Congress telling them the pressure for a ceasefire. Only to be met with thousands of email responses saying it can't be done. Only for I'm floored.
Deal of suspicion, but I'd be extremely surprised if Trump.
Also, willpower thing for the fight with this. I don't know if I said that, but thank you so much.
Approach this lightheartedly. I think he has taken a decision. He's given the ultimatum to both sides some weeks ago. To the Israelis, he did not say how to end the war, but he said end the war. To the Palestinians, say release the prisoners. So with him coming in fresh, they all know he's going to be around for at least another 4 years. He will not be elected for a second term, so he will not take hostages really, and he will be free in his decisions on the issue. And of course, he will be a power to worry about. And I suspect what I know actually, Israel will take him very, very seriously because he has a very heavy domestic agenda within the United States. He's got a lot of international issues. He is determined to go after China globally. So his priorities are very different from Biden. And ideologically, although he's very supportive of Israel, he's not, his DNA is not Zionist as Biden's was. So I think he is serious about it. And he's also very thin-skinned. I mean, if Netanyahu tries to play a game with him, his reaction is most likely very different from any other president.
Exactly. Because Trump is very thin-skinned. I believe he said thin-skinned, not thick-skinned, right? Netanyahu was like, you're going to give us weapons or else? Trump is leaving the call. Trump is pulling the pirate software, and he's leaving the call immediately. You know what I mean? Under Biden, Netanyahu was like, you're going to give us weapons, and Biden's like, okay, we'll give you weapons, sure, right? Trump is like, sitting on a call with Netanyahu, he's like, Netanyahu's like, you're going to give us weapons? Biden's like, boop. I mean, Trump is like, boop. Nope, not doing that. You're not yelling at me. You're not yelling at me. I'll call you when you cool it off a little bit. Because Trump doesn't care about like maintaining allyship with other nations. He doesn't care about any of that. He cares about, he's a narcissist. He cares about himself. Only himself. Trump is the presidential pirate software. Some may say. It's maybe the most with take, but I eventually hate Trump. I can't even joke about him. I'm not saying you have to like Trump, right? But the reality is he did what Biden never did. And that is put pressure on Netanyahu and Israel to come to the table. Biden could have done it. Biden didn't do it. He didn't do it. And I think it's important to notice. I think it's important to make that distinction because it just dictates and shows how bad Joe Biden is because of how bad Trump is. But even Trump did that. And so if Trump is bad and he did it, then did it under Biden though? Come on, bro. Come on. Be serious. Biden had a year and a half to pressure Netanyahu and Israel. And he didn't do it. He did nothing. He could have done it, and Biden decided not to do it. Trump is going to end Israel's ramped up genocide in the war in Ukraine within a few months and still end up achieving the worst presidency in U.S. history. True. I think once people start to like forget about like Israel's genocide in Gaza, okay, people have forgotten. Okay, just give them money again. I don't care. You feel me? Like he doesn't care about Palestinians. He doesn't care. He's doing it because it currently makes him look good, and I don't know if it's gonna last. I just want to say I appreciate you for finding my YouTube comment. Great video, by the way. I wasn't a YouTube comment. It was entirely fair. Yeah, thank you for watching the video. Many people did not do that, so I appreciate it. So Biden, but he's got to take credit for it expeditiously. If Biden was smart, he would take credit for it. He won't do it, right? As TripAdvisor is saying, right? He wants every Palestinian to die. He doesn't want a ceasefire. He doesn't want a ceasefire. He never wanted a ceasefire, right? But he should, if he was smart, take credit for it. He should say, this happened under me. He should say, as my final act as president, I have brought the two sides to the negotiating table and have achieved a ceasefire, achieved the impossible, a ceasefire in Gaza. Everybody's showering me with praise. If he was smart, that's what he would do. Yeah, after working tirelessly, we've done the impossible. Right? But I would actually quicker see a world where Biden comes out against Trump's tweet and be like, Trump has circumvented the will of the American people and has decided to abandon our ally Israel in their time of need. Trump has decided to abandon our ally Israel in their time of need, forcing them to sign this deal that is horrible for them when we need to get the hostages released. I can foresee a world where Biden goes and says that. And that's the craziest part. Where he's like against national sentiment, which is getting a ceasefire deal done. A ceasefire deal is finally done and he comes out against it. Bro, that would be peak cinema. That would be so freaking funny, dog. That would be so funny. How anti-Semitic Trump is, but for the wrong reasons, yeah. You know what? I love it. That would be so funny. It would be so funny. It would be the final cherry on top of the entire fiasco. That is the Biden's campaign. It would be so funny. You send the AP article link.
About it, and he's also very thin-skinned. I mean, if Netanyahu tries to play a game with him, his reaction is most likely very different from any other president. So I think this situation is slightly different today. The difficulty is this: that phase 1 and phase 2, I think, will go according to plan, relatively speaking, assuming that ICRC is happy to deploy people on the ground to release the prisoners. The Israelis will continue to respect the 2 phases as long as they're still captives in the hands of Hamas.
Oh wait, hold on. Also, before we move on with this, I want to take a look at this as well. I haven't read this yet, but this is my first reactions. New poll from YouGov. What is it? IMEU policy project found that 29% of voters nationally voted for Biden in 2020 did not for Kamala Harris in 2024, saying that ending the Israel's violence in Gaza was a top issue affecting their vote, higher than economy, healthcare, and immigration. 29% ending Israel's violence in Gaza, the economy, Medicare, Social Security, immigration, the border security, healthcare, abortion policy. 5% don't know. Oh, what a surprise! If only there's like an hour, minute, like an hour. If only there's a 1 hour long, 6-minute and 15-second video that talks about this extensively, about the exact reason why, you know, people did not show up for Biden, or who showed up for Biden in 2020 did not show up for Kamala in 2024. I'm tweeting that actually. If only there is a 1 hour, how many, like 6-minute, 15-second YouTube video, this exact, I can't spell, phenomenon. What's the link? Post. That's a 1 minute TikTok right there. You look straight into the camera with this pole in the background. True.
And very, very importantly, that they stop from gathering intelligence on the ground and from the air, which I suspect, although it's not been leaked, but it would have been part of the overall agreement. The real worry is in phase number 3, because it does not come with any political horizon that Marwan was referring to, the end of the occupation.
I can't see the midterms being a bloodbath for the Dems. It's Trump. If Trump literally does what the liberals think he's going to do, and that is, as soon as he's inaugurated, start like mobilizing the military to like Trump as a commander in chief, using the military to deport people, I think it definitely will motivate people against him, and it's very good for the Dems if that happens. But if Trump is just literally like a regular Republican for 2 years, they're kind of cooked. If Trump comes in, and of course, as we separate from get further and further away from COVID, inflation will normalize, which is like, you know, kind of an L that the Democrats have to take. So inflation will normalize after the bump we saw after COVID. People are going to see that. Trump's not going to fix their material conditions. So like, he needs to use the culture war to get people engaging. And he like, if he attacks trans people and he like, it's just like a normal Republican. For like 2 years, they're kind of cooked. You got 5 parties in Greenlandic parliament voted no on joining America. I did. Okay, perfect example. If Trump tries to invade Greenland to make it a part of America, that's not good. That is bad. And that would look bad on Trump. That's my take. If he starts doing that insane, crazy stuff that he said he was going to do, I can see the Democrats, maybe not the Democrats specifically, but the wider left garnering a lot of like power. But if he just does similar to like what Kamala Harris was saying that she would do, like neutered Republican policies, I don't know, bro. It's gonna be tough. Give the wider left more ammo to use in the midterms. Yeah, if they just don't do that, then the Dems need to start reach out to work with PSL and the Green Party instead of spending millions trying to keep them off ballots. So you said leftist Dems, and that's kind of an oxymoron. Because the very few leftist Dems you have are not the people who have the money to spend to keep the Green Party off the ballots. You know what I mean? That's the DSCC and the DNCC, and those people are the establishment Dems, and they're not changing. I do believe that leftists should get with organizations in their area and should run for office and start taking local office from the Democrats. That's my take. I don't think he would invade Greenland. I'm not going to make broad sweeping generalizations about what Trump will and will not do, because I don't want my clips to show up in 2 years to be like, you said it, this wouldn't happen, and it happened. How do I do that? Look up runforsomething.org. Okay, it's not runforsomething.org. Run for something. Stop it. Run. It's sun. Run for something. .net. Why do you use .net? It teaches you how to run if you want to run for office. And something that I want to work on personally as a personal project, I want to work on building out infrastructure to run for or teaching people how to run for office, and like making a tool that you can look up in your area for like uncontested races. Because in case you didn't know, chat, I say this all the time. God, stop it. In 2024, there was 70% of races were uncontested. 70. Right? And in blue states, in like freaking New Jersey, New York is kind of crazy actually. That'll be smaller. But like California, they're more contested in like Florida, California, Nevada, or Oklahoma apparently. But in most of the country, like there's 50% or more races that are uncontested. And so if you are trying to grow worker power or grow power on the left, running for a seat where you're going to be running against an incumbent Democrat that's had the seat for 30 years or whatever or an incumbent Republican who's had the seat for 30 years is not going to lead to the best results. And you're spending a lot of money on seats that you will most likely lose. Does that mean no one's running against? Yes. Basically, an uncontested race is a race that the incumbent has nobody running against them. And so the only person on the ballot is the incumbent. If you voted in the 2024 election, you may have seen some, one or two, if you live in like some of these states, one or two races that had no people running on the ballot. Right? It's just that one person. And so you have like one box you check. Because that person's the only person running. Those are uncontested races. And so a lot of times there's a big focus on like running somebody for the president or running somebody for congressional seats where you have freaking school board seats, or you have city council seats, or you have freaking county commissioner seats or whatever, that some, 40-year-old, white dude who's pretty conservative leaning, who, doesn't really care about his job, but he collects the check every now and then. And he just gets it because he's been there in that community for a while, and nobody ever runs against him. You feel me? Because you lose an uncontested race if you get like 50% of the vote. It depends on the state. And so if we were to get young people, Gen Z, who are motivated and who want to get into public office, and if we run one leftist person in every single one of these 50,000 seats, chances are at least 1,000 seats are taken. Because the left has popular policies. You want to raise people's wages. You want to fix infrastructure. You want to give people health care. You want to combat the Republicans in your city, in your state legislature, right? We want people to run for these local level seats that are uncontested, that nobody's running for. And we give them popular policy so that you can become elected. You can be elected for these seats, and then you can be the uncontested person. That is how you build power. That's something that I wish the Green Party did a better job at, right? And that is running people for more local level seats, not focusing on just either the presidential race or like congressional seats. Running people for city council, getting people in the area that they're in, local organizations, getting them what they need and the information that they need to run for a city council seat, to run for the county commissioner's seat, to run for a state legislator seat, right? Instead of just running for, Congress, a senator, right? Because you're not winning your race as a senator running for the first time at 20 years old. You know what I mean? It's just not happening. I don't even know if you can run for Congress at 20 years old. But you know what I mean? You know, but it seems like DSA is the only supposedly socialist party doing that work on a larger scale. Maybe I'm wrong. And even the DSA, which I think is a good organization for doing so, or even the DSA, like even with the DSA, 70% of races are still uncontested. You know, it's gotten worse. In 2018, it was 58%. In 2019, it was 51%. In 2020, it was 65%. In 2021, it was 50%. In 2022, it was 63%. In 2023, it was 23%. And in 2024, it was 70%. 50,000 seats uncontested. And no, it's not flashy, right? To run for city council, I guess. But that's how you make change. That's how you make change. All right, be right back.
Something for the Palestinians to look forward. And as the Israelis would have expected, as we know from our knowledge of the Palestinian resistance, I suspect over the last 15 months, Hamas have recruited maybe the number of the people they've lost, if not more. And the circumstances that the Israelis have placed the Palestinians under cannot but generate a greater degree of resistance. So the Israelis, the Americans, everyone has got to keep this in mind. And the countries that put themselves forward to guarantee, if they're not able to really guarantee, they shouldn't, because it will backfire a big way. The scale of this crisis has been enormous. The human loss is huge, and the expectations are extremely high at the moment.
Ori Goldberg, I want to bring you in at this point, and let's talk about this element of security that Sultan's just been talking about. His assessment is that phases 1 and 2 will probably go okay, but once all the captives have been returned to Israel, that is the point at which things could start to break down. What's your assessment? Do you think that Israel is prepared, according at least to the details that we've seen, to ultimately walk away from Gaza in security terms? Or do you think it is going to maintain a constant presence there, even if the captives are returned home?
I think Israel, or the Israeli public, is certainly prepared to walk away from Gaza. I think it's much more difficult politically, which is why I think Israel will ultimately follow through on the phases of this agreement. Phase 3 is not so much, it has not been fleshed out. So it's more difficult to say what will happen, but I think Israel will follow through, but its leadership will make it as belabored and as cumbersome as possible. In that sense, I also agree with what Marwan said. It is in the Israeli interests to make this complicated, elaborate. The order and arrangement of things that you just read is already, a little mind-boggling in terms of the complexity and the number of days and so on and so forth. That's definitely Israeli negotiations at their worst. But I want to say something about Israel and about Israeli politics.
I'm back.
Israeli politics.
But yeah, that was my take on how I think the left should grow power, just generally. I remember how we got here. But I do think there's a niche that could be filled here about just how to fundraise, how to how do you garner power, how do you door knock, how do you get connected with people to help you fundraise, how do you cold call people, where's this infrastructure at? And there's something there that could be tapped into about finding what race to run for, finding what policies the current person who holds that position holds for that race, finding the needs of a specific community and what they need that you can fill, and then connecting that person with somebody, an organization, to build out their infrastructure. While we rather ran for PA House and lost by a few thousand votes, definitely possible, but it's hard to come by in local races. Yes, this is true, right? But the more people where it's happening, the more likely it is for somebody to win, and where we start turning over seats. Because think about Tim Walz. Tim Walz, freaking governor of Minnesota, signed a lot of legislation that's very progressive, that normalized that in Minnesota. So now running for Minnesota state legislator, running for the House, for for city's council in Minnesota, you can run on more progressive policies than you can in Oklahoma because that's been normalized by the people in Minnesota already. We just need a few people to get inside of these seats to then make change in people's lives, so they're now more open to more progressive ideas. I think they won't be just like how I was watching the Libs fumble here. Well, a big W in our last election. By the way, I love this guy speaking of local races. Yes. This guy's sick, by the way. If I could open it. It won't open. Okay, there it is.
This Saturday, $10 and we...
Sorry, that was freaking loud in my ear holes. Some local Democrats hubs will have run classes to teach people how to run. Most of the states, and most of the time, is to get more progressive people in the seats instead of complacent Dems. Yeah. Or DSA. I think if I had the choice of picking one organization to direct people to, I would direct people to the DSA. I would say, go to a DSA meeting, meet some people, and tell them that you want to run for office, and you're a progressive, and you don't know what policies or where to start, and they will help you out. or at least you'll find people to direct you to resources to help you out as well. The point is to get into your community, find out what's needed in your community. Because I don't live where you are, right? Get in your community, find out what's needed in your community, and then build power there. It's a good video.
This Saturday.
Too bad TikTok is being banned, but this guy's great. I missed the deadline. Yeah, that was 4 days ago. I hope they hit it. It was also 4 days ago, and I also missed the deadline. So, also, can you donate if you're not even? I think you can donate if you're not in LA. Not LA. Fuck. Jeez Louise, not in New York.
Has been felt in Gaza. There is no bottom to the horrors that they've experienced at the hands of the Israeli military. So while all signs are pointing to this deal, we're still waiting for that official announcement by mediators that this has
like on Majority Report Live right now
happened. But mediators throughout the last months have been scrambling to try to get both sides to the table to agree on something. Let's not forget, just several months ago, the mediators had released a joint statement saying that they wanted a serious effort by both parties to come to the table because they weren't feeling that. But this time around was certainly different. Benjamin Netanyahu dispatched his top negotiators.
Oh, this is the one I saw too. Jiahongshu. This is my app chat. Wait, Dwayne Wade is on Jiahongshu? Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
Everybody, this is D-Wade. I am officially on red, so please give me a follow.
Nope. Sorry. Bro is trying his darndest to get me demonetized. I just want one stream where I get to make a little bit of money off of YouTube, okay? Just a singular stream. What if I sing over it? Okay, there you go. That was the video. That was the video. Thanks, Dwayne Wade, for trying to get me demonetized on freaking YouTube. Jeez of freaking Louise. Unnecessary.
And it's called halalflation. Today, we're going to get to the bottom of the...
Okay, I feel like it didn't get any lower.
How much does a plate of halal cost right now from this truck?
$10.
$10. Chicken over rice, lamb over rice, $10.
$10?
Yeah.
When you're a street vendor, you have to pay for the food, the plates.
Oh, that looks so good, bro.
How much do you have to pay for your permit?
Before it was 22K.
17,000.
And how much does a license cost if you get it from the city?
I think 400.
And who are you paying?
The permit owner.
You're not paying the city?
No.
You pay the permit owner $22,000 just so you can sell this food.
In the city? That's
and
crazy.
Who is this?
A random guy.
Have you ever applied for a permit?
Yeah, I'm applied and no come anything.
It's long wait. Number 3,800 something. And
After 2 years, you're number 3,800.
Yes.
These are the 4 bills that are sitting in the city council right now, which would give these vendors their own permits and make your halal more affordable. But Eric Adams hasn't said a single word about them.
Eric Adams hate halal. Confirmed.
If you own the permit, then how much would you charge for the plate?
$7. $8. $8.
Would you rather pay $10 for a plate of halal or $8? $8.
$8.
I think $8 is the way to go.
If I was the mayor, I'd be working with city council from day one to make
Eric
halal
Adams
$8
into
again.
halal. Confirmed.
Tastes like $10, but it should be $8.
He's so good. Man, he's good. He reminds you know who he reminds me of, chat? He reminds me of early AOC. You know what I mean? Early AOC had a very good campaign. Very good campaign. Just like also New York. You know what I mean? So that makes sense at least.
The head of the Mossad, the head of the Shin Bet, the representative from the Israeli military, who were all together at the negotiating table. The last time this happened was August of 2024. So it gives you an idea that this time around, all parties were serious, and the mediators are still, right now, at this hour, working to finalize the minutia that is still disagreed upon because this deal is seeming imminent from both sides.
Hamda, what's your take, at least as far as the media reports are concerned in Israel, with regard to trying to get humanitarian aid?
Matt Iglesias, never change. Or please do change. I'm out of touch with the use, but my sense is that there are now millions of pseudo-informed people gassing up on TikTok and Instagram Reels who believe that there is some kind of permanent ceasefire button in the Oval Office that Joe Biden is perversely refusing to press. There is. It's called the phone. True. It's called the phone. Freaking old man. This is what Elub Lovely says, which I agree with. If this ceasefire holds any meaningful in any meaningful way, then it only reaffirms that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and everyone that worked for them should be in prison for the rest of their lives. 100%. 100%. I'm sorry, but in America, if you sit there and watch somebody shoot 50 people, right, and you let them do it, and you could do anything to stop them, and you don't, and then finally, when somebody's being shot for the 51st time, somebody else calls the police, you go to jail too. And it's even worse if you've given them the gun. Oh, there's such bad people. There's such bad people. There's such bad people. And reloaded them 50 billion times. Gaza won, Palestine won, resistance won, imperialism and Zionism has lost. The Democratic Party has lost. The future of the Zionist state continues to be eroded. Everyone who participated, aided, and abetted the genocide. Okay, probably not. So that, gosh darn it, Twitter. Thanks, Twitter. Like, come on. Like, these people should be in jail. Kamala Harris paid the price for not breaking with Biden on Gaza. New poll shows.
Say it again. Say it again. Mock them again. Mock the children again. Do it again. Do it again.
18 years old. 18 years old. Yusuf Hassan. 8 years old. Turn around and join the uncommitted delegates in the protest.
This is in my memory. it's like bittersweet, you know? Like, yeah, obviously I'm happy that a ceasefire has been reached and Palestinian lives have been safeguarded. But the amount of people, that allowed this to happen, you know what I mean? I hate to say it, but my common sense is that it's telling me Israel's going to absolutely destroy Gaza as soon as the hostages leave. I hope not, but that's how their past actions have gone. That's not even meaningfully different than how they're operating now. You know what I mean? They've been actively destroying Gaza for the past 10 years. Not 10 years, right? Well, you know, further than 10 years, but like past year and a half. You know what I mean? If they don't abide by the ceasefire regulation and they don't pull out of Gaza like the ceasefire agreement says that they should, at least you can take solace in knowing that the Trump will be president, and these same liberals who are closing their ears now will be right alongside you. You know what I mean? Just take solace in knowing that if Israel does not abide by the ceasefire, these same liberals who said it was impossible and that weapon shipments could never be stopped will be right alongside you, yelling at Donald Trump to stop the weapon shipments. Just take solace in knowing that. They'll be right there with you, pretending like they were always there. You know? Make a point, I'm honestly worried that they'll nuke it. There's some anxiety, I think. Something on that scale would happen. I don't think they're going to nuke Gaza. And regardless, that is Hamas signed the deal. Like the Palestinians have decided on this deal. That is something that they've weighed. I'm sure that they understand that could be the case. And like, yeah, if that's a chance that they're willing to take, I'm not going to stand in the way of saying that it shouldn't happen. If they were thinking we want to live until tomorrow, right? We may not live until the third day, then that's a choice that they've made with signing this deal, right? I'm sure that they're aware that, you know, Israel not getting what they want will make Israel mad, and they might take it out on them, but they've decided on this deal to safeguard the lives of the people who are currently living there. And I'm not going to chastise them for doing so. I also don't think it will happen. Just I personally.
SDABLOVESDABL.
Thanks, Alert Box. I appreciate that. Shout out to Melky. Thank you for the 5-month resubscription. Just watched your video on pirate software, Roski, and loved your take at the end. Respect. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was actually my favorite take. I think it's one of my top tier takes. I think. But thank you for watching it. I do appreciate that. And Chad, in case you're wondering, because we talked about this before, in case you're wondering, the video's already at almost 200 views, and I posted it like an hour ago. Kamala Harris video is still at 900. I posted it like 3 days ago. So you should watch it, chat. You should watch it. It's my problem with pirate software. It currently is performing better on average than my videos usually do. And so I guess this is my life now. I guess this is my future. It's just but listen, to do this. You guys don't want to know that. You think what happened Lebanon ceasefire will happen here too? They'll ramp up their attacks leading to the official ceasefire date, or say that Lebanon violated the terms when they did it first? It depends. I think it really depends on Joe Biden's response. And how, like, because if they, I don't know when the date is officially starting. I really don't know. That's my answer. I just put it on my background and just let it run it up. Thank you. maybe Kamala is so nothing at this point that her being in the thumbnail and title bring down engagement. That's so funny. I would believe that actually. That's made me feel better. For sure, but it makes sense. People want to know what's happening right now. And it's funny because I don't even talk about the WoW stuff. And I say in the comment in the replies, this is not about the WoW drama. I know nothing about hardcore WoW. So yeah. We're talking about WoW. I would never. I do have WoW installed on my computer though. I'm on like level 3. It's just, I don't know. It's not that like engaging for me. But if you want to play WoW chat, you have to subscribe. Twitch Primes are free in case you didn't know, and you have a free Prime account if you subscribe with if you connect your Twitch account with your Amazon Prime account, and you can use your Twitch Prime. It's free. You can use it on anybody, like me, or somebody else, or me, or somebody else, or me. So, yeah. It's better given the context of why he's acting at that. It's actually not that surprising. Or you can spend $5 for a gifted sub as well. You know? Or if you don't want to give me any money, just watch my videos on YouTube. Because that pays me. And then he left his boys to be permanent in the dungeon is wild. It's so funny. Like, genuinely, okay, it's not funny because like that's a lot of hours of work. But like from an outsider perspective, his reaction is just hilarious. And he's like pentadupling down. You know what I mean? He's pentadupling down. Even after getting G kicked, he's like, still wasn't my fault. Still wasn't my fault. Bro, it's so funny. It's so funny. They say he wiped his group in a different non-hardcore MMORPG and playing the raid. That's where Thorn go? Laugh Chat plays? Yeah. That's so funny. So I'm making a tweet about how I feel about the ceasefire talks. The vibe Thor gave me is a STEM guy who doesn't have many opinions on anything besides STEM and consider having opinions on those things lame and unnecessary. Yeah, that's kind of him. Anyway, to get back to the what I was talking about, which is the ceasefire and the ceasefire. I was talking about ceasefire as well. If there's any new news.
That. So the betrayal that, of course, the people of Palestine already feel about the international community is going to be redoubled if we don't get this right. So this deal could go wrong on humanitarian aid, it could go wrong on breaches, it could go wrong on security, it could go wrong on gangs. But if it goes wrong on this, it's a deal breaker.
Martin Griffiths, Dan Perry in Tel Aviv, Sultan Barakat, thank you all very much indeed. US President-elect Donald Trump has commented, saying, quote, "We have a deal for the hostages in the Middle East."
Has Biden said anything? I know he's old, but has he even made a statement? He's the president of the United States. Has he said anything? should be ashamed. At least try to lie and say you did it. You know what I mean? I need to know what he says. It's either three things. Either one, he's gonna lie and say that he did the deal and that he got it done. Two, he's going to, be like, a deal got done. It's whatever. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Or not say anything. Like, be neutral about it. Or three, and this would be the funniest option. This is why I hope this is the one that happens. He comes out against the deal. You know what I mean? He comes out against the deal. He's like, how dare President-elect Donald Trump overstep his boundaries as not being the president and going behind my back and abandoning the U.S. ally Israel or whatever. I think Blinken already came out and supported the deal. That doesn't matter. Blinken, which is weirdly enough, is still less fanatical than Joe Biden is. So I could still see a world where it happens. I do want to see what Blinken has to say, though. What did Blinken say? Oh, okay. I do want to point out how Ben-Gvir has stated himself directly, despite what all the liberals said, that he admits to have been preventing the hostage deal on numerous occasions. Numerous occasions. Rumor is he's still working around the clock. Yeah, he comes out, he's like, we're still working on this deal. We've been working tirelessly about this deal. We'll holler at you when it's done or whatever. And he starts working out this deal. Until he's out of office. And he's like retired on the beach. And he's like still working on the deal. Like turning his paper in the newspaper. Still working on it. We're working on the deal. It's coming. It's coming at some point. It's
East. They will be released shortly. Thank you. There's been international reaction to the media reports of a ceasefire deal. Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer welcomed the deal.
Let me begin by speaking of the recent news of a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East. I have good news. I have just been informed by the administration.
The amount of visceral anger that I felt in my soul in that exact moment. It's just like unbearable anger.
That a deal has been agreed to. It is welcome news that there is an agreement that will free many of the hostages. A ceasefire is very good news for Israel, for America, for the Palestinian people, and particularly for the hostage families who have waited so long in agony.
You just got mentioned on Wisecrack Live. Michael said they'd love to have you on talk about this, about the ceasefire. Right now, I'm down. We're supposed to talk about something before. I don't remember what we're supposed to talk about.
Because we can't deal with the acknowledgement of how bad things are and how bad things are going to get. I know this relates to the idea of hyper normalization. I've been stressed thinking about things like, am I putting my child's life in danger by letting her breathe air in Los Angeles? I've had to talk to my partner who's feeling very anxious about all this. I've had to hear stories of people.
That was mentioned.
The inevitable point, if you are vaguely left transition here, is because one, we'll pull getting the show info updated. and then we'll pull up. Yeah, sorry, I get confused because there's so many Hassan reaction channels that I always want to like tag the right
How long ago was
one.
it, Alexander?
So yeah, the reason I was saying I think it's a decent transition here is because one of the things that comes up in this interview is
Was it before
the
this?
ineptitude or fecklessness of the Democratic Party and their inability to get stuff done. And I do think at this point,
3 minutes ago,
if you are vague, it's a good on.
Oh,
You know, I would say that's a take if I've ever heard one. Someone who I thought we fought. Why do we not follow Sean on here? Someone who I've talked to about coming on the stream, so I want to bug him to come on soon. But Sean Black said every single Democrat said a ceasefire with pressure was impossible. Co-signed the deaths of countless Palestinians. Was it worth it? So some people are looking at this thinking, you know, the slow-moving pace of the Democrats led to needless death. Brandy Jensen, a good writer and post.
True. Shut up, Michael. He followed me on he subscribed to me on whatchamacallit, on YouTube. He watched my latest video, and anybody who watches my latest video is a friend of mine forever. Forever. He's great. He has actually a very good video on his personal channel. Let me see if I can find it. Michael Burns. That actually really do vibe as well. Being a Christian who grew up in like in a Christian household, how Jesus turned me into a Marxist, because it kind of mirrored a lot of my journey as a young growing boy, and how Christianity can mesh with like Marxian politics and socialism, and how it's been kind of co-opted by the conservatives and conservative Christians, and how religion can tie into left-wing politics as well, and also how it's used for evil. Very good video. I do enjoy that. I talk about this all the time. I've spoken about it way far ago in the past, as well, because I've talked about I sent this video to my liberal Christian dad, and he loved it. I'm sure my dad would also love this video as well. Yeah, I don't think that like religion and like left-wing politics is like incompatible. It's a very good video. Michael's great, and I will go on the stream and we will talk. I'll DM him and we'll make something shake. We'll do something at some point, right? Or if he wants to wait 2 weeks, we can do it when I'm on the front page of Twitch, so we have more eyeballs on it. That's what I'm waiting for some collabs, chat, getting on the front page. But we will do something. Do something, and it'll be super cool and awesome and sick and stuff. Oh, somebody added me. What'd I do? Oh, and he's adding a different Sean. This Sean. Gosh darn it. Thought I was cool and stuff. I came from a way different experience because I was an atheist and hated religion for so long, and I realized it was stupid, and now I know there's a revolutionary opportunity there too, but Jesus is a commie. True. I am still a firm believer that like atheist left-wing people are more of my allies. Agnostic and atheist left-wing, like leftists and communists and socialists, are more of my allies than like conservative Christians are, even as a Christian. You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of people get so like caught up in like, oh, atheists believe something different than I do, or don't believe anything at all. Therefore, you know, they're bad people. But like they're fighting for like if they want universal healthcare, and I want universal healthcare, I don't care what the reason they want universal healthcare is. I don't care if they want universal healthcare because they're religious or not religious, because they've experienced a health crisis or haven't experienced a health crisis. I don't care what the reason is. We want the same thing. We are allies. We are on the same trek, the same journey. You feel me? And so any person who like draws more issue with the fact that somebody is an atheist as opposed to somebody who uses the Bible to, you know, advocate for things that the Bible definitely is against, you feel me? Then like, that person's not my ally. Freaking Kenneth Copeland is not my ally. I don't care how Christian he says he is. Freaking Pete Hegseth, I don't care how Christian he says he is. I don't care how much he says he loves Jesus. He's not my ally. We're not on the same side here. Right? We're not. But freaking blue-haired feminist lady who's like, you believe in a sky daddy or whatever, I don't care what they say about Christianity or religion. That's not even my problem. If they want to give people healthcare, I know that I want to give people healthcare. You feel me? Which is why I don't even care when people do the whole like, oh, G omega low D thing or whatever, to be like, or even like dunk on religious people. I don't care. I don't care. You feel me? It doesn't harm me. It doesn't affect me, right? Because I know we want the same thing. You feel me? I think a lot of people get very caught up in that. Now, I do think that atheists can sometimes be very annoying. You know what I mean? I do believe that. I think people can get very annoying. Like the one time when we were watching some dude talk about how, like, in the Sans chat, watching some guy talk about seeing his entire house burn, and he was praying over the house, and people were like, "Oh, G omega low D, like, dog, he's losing his house. Just let him do what he's doing." You feel me? His house is being burned down right now. I don't know if this is the right time. I don't know if this is the right time for that. Like, but like, regardless, like, I know that just generally, like, they don't have power. It's they're powerless people. It's not the biggest thing in the world. You feel me? But I do realize, I think about, like, that's not great. Opening games into your faith is tested. Yeah. Like, again, I talk about my experience as well. As somebody who's been faced with my own mortality when I was like 19 years old, right? It's comforting, right? You find comfort in religion. As somebody who like almost died at the age of 19, like it's not fun. It's not fun to be faced with your own mortality, especially at a young age like that, right? And everybody has their own experience. Everybody has their own livelihood, and I think just let people do what they do. Let people, like, you know, believe what they believe as long as they're not hurting anybody. I think it's just chill. But I do acknowledge that a lot of people have been hurt by religion generally. People come from religious backgrounds and they've been oppressed by religion. I also acknowledge that. But I think that there's a general, like, conversation to be had there that can be approached with empathy from everybody involved. True, 100%. I don't think it's a matter of messaging to Christian people that people who don't believe in the same God as much as you are much closer to Jesus than as a Christian who abuses the Bible and uses religion as a shield for being a bigot. Yeah. Right? True, I'm an atheist. I never cared about what religious people practice as long as they aren't trying to restrict my rights based upon the perceived reality. Yeah. 100%. I lost so many family members at a young age despite not being super religious. I find comforting the idea that you can meet up with my family and my homies in a world after this one. Yeah. I think it's entirely fair and fine for that being the case. You know? And generally, even like in evangelism, this is something that I have had problems with growing up, like in a religious household, going to church and learning about evangelism or even evangelicals. Like trying to, like, you know, do missions as missionaries and like spreading like the gospel, but like also just being bad people. Because it's something that I've thought about. It's like, well, if you want people to become Christian, why not just be good people, right? Why not just live a good life? Be like a sick person. You know what I mean? Be a super sick person, and then they're just like, "Oh, bro, how are you such a sick person?" And you're just like, Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's something very good that Islam does. Islam does that very well, right? There are like also like people who are Muslim who are just like, you know, also because like people are just annoying in general. It's not like specifically to religious people, but like you see a lot of people who are Muslim like just living life, and I think just having good vibes. A lot of people who are Muslim just bring a lot of people to Islam just by being chill. You know what I mean? Just by being normal. And I'm just like, okay, like, why do you think that like telling gay people that they're going to go to hell is going to like bring people to Christianity instead of just being like a sick, super chill and sick person? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to me. It never made sense to me. Even growing up as like a 13, 14-year-old person, it never made sense to me. But that was what my first gripe with religion was, growing up. Because I was also a very community-focused religion. I went to Wells Lutheran school from pre-K to 12th grade, and they truly soured me from being the most insanely conservative nationalist you can imagine. Yeah, because a lot of people, and this is very separate from the conversations I was having before previously, and maybe I'll make a video or something about this at some point. A But a lot of people use religion as a justification for bigotry. And it's not something unique to religion. I think a lot of people think it's something unique to religion, and it's not. It's something that exists in science as well. If you think about the concept of like phrenology is a application of science that is wrong and incorrect, but is used to justify oppression and bigotry. You feel me? And that can also apply whether it's Islam, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Judaism. There's applications of religion that can apply to justify bigotry, and it's not necessarily the religion itself that is the issue, but more of the application. But when you live in America, which has an overwhelming Christian population, a lot of people are going to apply the issues of American government to Christianity as a whole. And I don't necessarily see a reasoning to like, you know, be like calling that out or whatever, because I don't think that those people have any power in this society. You know what I mean? I remember watching my Muslim classmate pray during the class project. I was kind of like in awe. I think Islam is so large and diverse, it's almost impossible to generalize. I grew up in a cult and it was traumatic AF. I think it also happens to, again, accessibility. When you are in America, you get a lot of like evangelical, Protestant, you know, prosperity gospel religion. And that's kind of what you think about, because that is like the overall guiding force of politics in America, even if it's not necessarily the, you know, the basis of the religion itself. Because like Christianity is also extremely diverse, right? But like the diverseness, right, is not mirrored in the political powerness, right? There is an overrepresentation of white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, you know, people in government, whereas Christianity as a wide, you know, religion is so diverse in its application. Fundamentalists are overrepresented. Yeah. 100%. And that's just how it is. It sucks. It's not great. It's a bad thing, which is why you do see a lot of Christians who do stand against or stand up for a separation of church and state, because, you know, freaking, if you're like a Black Baptist, which I'm not saying like every religion is like super good or whatever, they're not white Anglo-Saxon, you know, Protestant, but like if you're like a Black Baptist, you're not overrepresented in American government, right? Your what your wants and needs are not being represented in the same way that, you know, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants are being represented by the fundamentalists who run the government. They're just not, because they're also still racist, right? They may be Christian, you may align on Christianity, even if it's not the same branch of Christianity, but they're also still racist. When this is how you think about like the civil rights movement grew as a movement that is, you know, had religion at a very big focal point for that, for large sections of that movement, right? Even though the people in power were also Christian, and Martin Luther King and his congregation were also Christian. You know what I mean? Theoretically, they should be on the same side if, like, you think about it from a religious perspective, but it's not just that. Religion is an identifier in the same way that white is, in the same way that, you know, male is, same way that straight is, right? And it can be used to oppress people who are not of that specific identity as well. If that makes sense. Sorry to interrupt, but you are always your dad. The chain is always bling. Thank you. This my dad gave me this chain. Oh. It's because of the influence and power they garner. Yeah. I mean, white Anglo-Saxons kind of have an advantage in the U.S. of getting in early during the founding of the country. This is true. I think in terms of leftist momentum, there's so much potential with interfaith coalitions building. If we can get past whatever differences we have in our own beliefs and for the betterment of society. What the thing is, this exists. The civil rights movement is a perfect example of this existing, right? It was interfaith. You only hear about like the Christian sect of it. I think you hear like, oh, Malcolm X was doing his own thing over there, right? He was Muslim. But like, it was interfaith. Like, you have the Black Panthers, who was a generally secular movement, and it had interfaith elements. You have people of different backgrounds, faith, religions, identities coming together to fight against the oppression of black people. And you were also seeing it, perfect example with Puerto Rican vegan socialists, with Palestinians, right? Palestinians is probably the best example, or the pro-Palestinian movement is probably the best example of an interfaith coalition based in human rights in contemporary society. Like the best example, right? You had Christians, you had Jewish people, you had Muslims, you had agnostic people, you had atheists, you had like Buddhists, you had like pretty much everybody, right? Of any different background, religion, creed, coming together to support Palestinians, right? And I would argue that it's almost necessary to have an interfaith coalition to actually fight oppression, no matter what the oppression is. You feel me? It's necessary. Does it mention the war about class war? Exactly. Now, that's not to say other issues don't exist, but like, you know, doesn't matter what your identity is, capitalists are going to capitalists, right? They're going to oppress you regardless. Number one Buddhist in the chat. That's crazy. Number one? All right, y'all got to fight it out. Palestinians cite their faith as a source of strength through oppression. And it's no different than black or brown people in Christianity, especially in the South. Yeah. I prioritize and pick your battles. It's open and hard to agree that it's necessary. Yeah. That's just my take. We got so far and deep into this conversation about religion. I think it's cool. I think it's an interesting conversation. I do think chat gets a little bit aggro generally when religion gets brought up in any context. I think part of it comes from being hurt by religion in the past, and like being faced with that oppression, especially if you're like young and you're queer, or you're young and you're trans. I totally get to understand that. I think another part of it definitely comes from like kind of like groupthink. You feel me? It comes from a lot of people like in Hassan's chat seeing like Geomegalo-D and like, oh, I see Geomegalo-D, I do Geomegalo-D. You know what I mean? Like that's just, it kind of comes from that as well. It's like they're just taught like, oh, religion is cringe, so like I have to think all religion is cringe. But I do think that generally, that's my general take. I think that multi-faith organizations to fight against oppression are necessary. Like people have personal trauma with religion. We'll project that onto everyone who's religious, and I get it, but it's not productive. Yeah, and I'm not gonna like, you know, yell at people who have had religious trauma, but I also think that, and sometimes I like, you know, hop into the discussions, but I usually just let people, I let people vent. You know what I mean? I let people vent. I let people like have their takes, but sometimes I'll add my perspective in it. That's just what my thoughts are. Could part of it also be that as leftists, we are used to seeing religion through the lens of megachurches and organized religion, which acts within the oppressive systems that we live under. Sure, but I think as leftists, we have to be better at analyzing exactly what our the focus of our attacks are on. And I think if we're hyper focusing on like religious individuals who are powerless, specifically if they're working class and use religion as a coping mechanism, I feel like we've then lost the sauce generally. I'm materialist, especially as somebody who's been flipped over by religion at a young age. But when you see the amount of people that fought for a right-choosing faith as community and solidarity, I do think that it's important to have some sense of spirituality, even if it's done in the form of mental health. Yeah, I just think that generally, if you come at it from a materialist mindset, I think you're at a good take. You know what I mean? You're at the correct position. Right? I think a lot of, like, not a lot, but I think some people who are like atheists don't come at it from a materialist mindset and more from a trauma mindset, which I understand. But because it's not coming from materialism, you then have people who are religious and working class, and you are like looking at them as though they are a part of the like ruling class structure, and you kind of like you get lost in that sauce a little bit. Again, not the most consequential thing, but I do think that's something that does exist. probably at the bottom of the list, but historically the church has always worked against communists during revolutions, e.g. Latin America. To be fair, that's the apparatus of the Catholic Church. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit different. You know, that's a ruling class structure. I feel like the Catholic Church as a system is a bit different than like individual religious people. But you are not wrong. And then it's still 100% can be used as an oppressive force for sure. And historically has been used as an oppressive force. You know what I mean? Does come off like Bill Maher when they should on religion. This a little bit. I got Joel Osteen. Listen, does anybody really have Joel Osteen? Is he still around? All I know is that he got called out for having like money stuffed in the walls of his bathroom. Bro, prosperity gospel is so funny. Is that worm is still wriggling around? I go to that church? Really? That's why. Let me know how it is. Let me know. Check the bathroom walls. Just go like knock on them. Knock on them a couple times here and there. You know what I mean? Just to see. Just to see. I'm not saying anything's there, but I'm saying that Joel Osteen did have money in his bathroom walls. And I'm not making that up. Plumber finds cash checks behind loose toilet in a wall of Joel Osteen's Lakewood church. Discovery comes after $600,000 in checks and cash disappeared from the Houston megachurch safe in 2014. So, yeah, Chad, we need you to investigate. Go ahead and just check for me. That's such a big church, bro. Oh my freaking goodness. I can't do megachurches. I can't do megachurches. I can't do megachurches. I can't do megachurches, bro. It's too large. It's too large. There's too many people. It's too many people. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. This is such a funny picture. Oh, okay. That's so funny. From Israeli right-wing Telegram channels. BTTV emote now? I don't know if I can. I want to, but I don't know if I can. Twitch might clap me for it. I'm gonna be real. They clap people for Luigi emotes. I refuse to agree with anyone who says that a mega church is actually Christian. I mean, I get it. I understand. Like, I understand. There's a big community there, and so you can kind of like, disappear into the crowd. But like, it's kind of weird because like you kind of want community from a church, you know? So if it's a bit anti-community, yeah. Which I don't know. I think a lot of people, I don't know. It's a lot of deeper conversation that I think I'm ready to have at this moment about like the way that the church operates. There's a good little bit of video that I wanted to watch. I say it's good, but I haven't watched it yet. About like the black church. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I want to see what Tyler one says about getting Pirate off for getting kicked. That's funny. Black church is cooked. I haven't seen this video yet, but I am curious. Bro, I saw Lil Bill when he had like 10,000 subscribers. I was at 113. Respect. When they took away abortion, a group of girls came in with posters and took off their clothes. Wait, really? From going to many mega churches over my life, I feel too commodified for profit because they kind of are just a little bit. I'd say here's what my take. If you're like, you know, vaguely religious or religious at all, and you want to find a church, go to a church that has a pride flag at the front. Go to a church with a pride flag at the front that says "We welcome all," "Jesus love everybody," or whatever, something like that. You know what I mean? That way you cut out a lot of the fat. Because I think there are decent churches that have you know, that don't come from it as a way like, oh, you know, we can't have any gay people here or whatever. Especially in 2025, where they had a period where he would go to church. He took me to Oasis, Black church in LA. The vibes were high key great. Honestly, like a lot of like Black churches' vibes are good, and a lot of them like kind of flounder a little bit on like the messaging, a little bit because it sometimes it feeds into like capitalism mindset, but generally like not bad. I didn't get to see one of those, but I'm in Arkansas. Yeah, I've never been in Arkansas before, so I can tell you, being in LA, you see you see a few of them for sure. I saw one in Texas. In like in North Carolina, Virginia area, there's a bunch of them. Oh, Jesus has face like Beyonce. So Marwan, oh, what's up? Hello, Marwan, the Syrian goat. Insurance can provide people with community and a third place to go. There's a church in my like that in my city. They actually let us organize a workshop a few weeks ago. That's sick. Now again, they're few and far between. They are few and far between. But if you can find one of those, I think you're chilling. Right? Here's the secret sauce. The secret sauce is if you go to a church and that church has like programs to like feed the unhoused and clothe the unhoused, but don't require the unhoused to do anything for that, that's what you're looking for, right? Sometimes you'll see churches that are like, yeah, we're going to go feed homeless people. And you're like, cool. And then they go out to feed homeless people and they're like, all right, if you want food, you got to come back to church with us on Sunday. And that, in my opinion, is a bit, I'm just like, nah, yeah, I don't know about all that. You feel me? Like, cool, good, you're feeding homeless people, but forcing homeless people to do something for that food is not fantastic. It's not great. But people who then go out, feeding homeless people on the street, and then leave, that's what you want. That's what you want. You want somebody who's doing good because it's a good thing, as opposed to like trying to like convert people or whatever. If you get that, you're chilling. I'm gonna feed them and then and then not go to church. Malicious is good. So churches in Koreatown give food meant for homeless people to church members. That's crazy. You have Scientology churches in Tampa instead. They'll give you everything just to have you sign a small contract to give up your soul. Scientology is so interesting. I found out people at a church shelter nearby. They don't require anything. That didn't seem preachy at all, and that's what you're looking for. Again, because Christianity is the biggest religion in America, it's so much out there that you're kind of throwing darts at a dartboard at that point. You know what I mean? You're throwing darts at a dartboard. I protest a homophobic church every month that claims to feed homeless people and rehabilitate them, but it's not to follow our rules and work for free. Yeah, that sucks. That's bad. And a lot of people, like, they're doing that out of like, oh, you know, we're told we have to feed homeless people. Jesus said to do it, but we're gonna force them to do stuff for it. I'm not a fan.
Hijack66 just subscribed.
Hijaks, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Hello. Anyway, this is super. I've been yapping about religion and church. Somebody's a bit choppy. It is choppy, and I can't fix it. So we're gonna say that's a part of the charm of the stream. You know what I mean? It's yeah. Has a free clinic and partnered food pantry. It's so sick. That's sick. That is sick. It is sick. Also, like my advice doesn't just stop at Christianity. If like, you know, I want to make sure that whatever religious institution you go to, is doing it for the good of the people, and make sure that it's just like it's not like trying to convert people. I just know I'm a Christian. I grew up in Christian culture, so I that's what I know about. So I can't speak to other religions, but like generally, you want to make sure that if you're going to a church, that your church is actually for the betterment of people in general, and not a political institution for like the right, which a lot of churches are. But I'm gonna leave that at that. Right, we're gonna cap that discussion there because I've just been yapping at this point. We're gonna take a little look at Chuck Schumer. We love Chuck Schumer, right? Let's see what he was saying about the ceasefire deal. Thank you for indulging in my yapping, chat. Isn't stream for yapping? I enjoy yapping. Honestly, I was a bit sad this morning about my video and stuff, but like, this is what I like to do. I like to just talk about things. I think it was productive. I think it was a productive discussion. I come here for the yapping. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Schumer welcomed the deal.
Let me begin by speaking of the recent news of a ceasefire agreement.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will reach out to Michael. I'll do it after this stream, and we will plan something, and it'll be super sick and super cool. Michael just chatting for nothing. True.
In the Middle East, I have good news. I have just been informed by the administration that a deal has been agreed to. It is welcome news that there is an agreement that will free many of the hostages. A ceasefire is very good news for Israel, for America, for the Palestinian people.
Challenge our own conception of the world is invaluable.
People.
Wow, Caroline is crazy. Honestly, not as bad as Richie Torres. Richie Torres was worse. He's also younger.
Particularly for the hostage families who have waited so long in agony.
There's a line that's just come out from the Reuters news agency saying allegedly that Israeli forces will begin their withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor and complete it no later than day 50. We're going to try and establish whether or not what the background is to that. But in the meantime, let's go to our diplomatic editor, James Bays. He's live for us in New York. A lot of countries around the world are going to be watching this very, very closely because, not least because, after 15 months of conflict in Gaza, we are seeing a very different type of Israel now than existed at the start of that conflict.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. I mean, there are still, I think, lots and lots of questions about this deal, and we don't even know the start time or start date. It's also worth noting that there seems to be still a little niggle because it hasn't been formally announced with that press conference in Doha yet. And I think it's interesting that that niggle seems to come from the Israeli side and seems again to be about the Philadelphia corridor. Remember, that's the buffer zone at the very south of the Gaza Strip, that area that Israeli forces have been occupying. And that, if you go back to when this deal was first being negotiated back in May and June of last year, when President Biden came out and said that there was...
I don't know.
A proposal. He said at the time it was an Israeli proposal, but then that proposal was torpedoed by Israel's own objections, the objections of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they were to do with the...
I didn't know what he was saying, and I didn't want to make a comment on it. I'm gonna be real.
Philadelphia corridor. So some of this seems to be coming full circle at this stage. Of course, you've got those amazing scenes that we're seeing of people in the Gaza Strip right now celebrating by torchlight. They have no electricity. They have little food. They have little water. There is relief. There is 40...
What? Oh, that's crazy that, like, yeah, people are actually talking about... this is Al Jazeera, so it's not necessarily fair, but, like, people are actually talking about this. You know what I mean?
6,000 people, over 46,000 people who've been killed. And it's worth telling you, Rob, that when the deal was first floated, and it's basically the same deal, President Biden has admitted that, when the deal was first floated by President Biden saying it was an Israeli proposal, there were 36,000 people who'd been killed. So an extra 10,000 people who didn't have to die
at least
have died in that 6-month period.
Yes, they're going to be I think at least 10,000 people. But this is even using the lowest estimated numbers possible. That is directly 10,000 people. 10,000 people that Biden had directly had a hand in the killing. Directly had a hand in killing. 10,000 people that did not have to die, that Biden allowed to die, at least. At least. It needs to go. The party needs to go. The party needs to be dissolved. I'm so glad I voted the way I voted. I'm gonna be real. I'm being so real. I'm so happy I voted the way I voted.
Also many countries who are watching very closely to see whether both sides adhere to their part in this agreement. Monitoring this is going to be very difficult. I would imagine the UN particularly is going to be paying very close attention.
Vindicated now, extraordinarily vindicated. Extraordinarily vindicated. Where's my episode at? You know, I'll just link my video back. Yeah, it already has 300 likes or 300 views. Would be I think that this doing an 8-hour Jubilee shoot when given the opportunity to express what I knew would be reality. And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. Maxio, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. I'm sorry, I'm gonna start taking all YouTube subscriptions.
I
Thank
live
you.
like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Twitch IEL 248 just subscribed. I voted for Cornel West the GOAT.
My man. Twitch Yield, thank you for the 6-month resubscription. You are on Jubilee? Wait, yeah. Does chat still not know I was on Jubilee? Yeah. I did an 8-hour Jubilee shoot specifically to express to Kamala Harris. I didn't know. Wait, really? Yeah.
So let's be very clear. Respect.
This is part number 1. What's part number 2?
Would you vote for autonomous over this political system? But we are. Would you vote for
This is me right here.
someone held civilly liable?
So listen,
The focus of the day is
just herself. She thinks.
I'm right there. Look at me. Look at me, bro. I'm so done with this. Well, only Cornel a better campaign. They're gonna make a big difference. Still love him. Yeah.
Of us.
Has changed.
Right. Look at me. Look at me.
And you guys keep letting it change. This is not the Republican Party that I grew up in.
Everyone
Y'all
watched this video and didn't see the whole thing. Oh, most people don't watch to the end. This is how it is. But my part was definitely the best part. Specifically, Kamala Harris, get over it. And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to go forward with my decision. Vindicated. Democrats suck and they don't deserve your votes at all. And she lost because of it. So
attention to this, not least, of course, because Israel has banned the UN's agency for helping Palestinians, UNRWA.
Yeah, I mean, I think the UN are in a very interesting position on what they're going to do now going forward. As we know, part of the deal is that aid is going to be...
I saw TikTok saying banish people for wearing dangling cross earrings. Yo! Chill! Chill! I think it looks cool, okay? Leave me alone.
Allowed in, and that is absolutely vital, getting aid across Gaza, particularly to northern...
I do. I do as well. It's so specific that I saw that. That's crazy. It was targeted towards me specifically.
in Gaza, which has had now that siege underway, and nothing's got in there at all, effectively, for such a long period of time. But the problem, as you say, is that the main UN agency that can distribute this aid is UNRWA, and that is the UN agency that deals with Palestinian refugees. But Israel has withdrawn its cooperation with UNRWA, and in fact is going to ban it from Israeli territory in just a matter of days' time. The 28th of January is when that comes into force. So UNRWA then probably won't be able to operate. So there are going to be huge challenges in delivering that aid. Huge challenges, I think, for the UN, which wants to have a central role in what happens after the conflict. Will they be allowed any such role? It's interesting that President Trump, you mentioned he has been on Truth Social tweeting. He, in a subsequent tweet, said that he's now going to pursue things with peace through strength, and that he wants to expand what he called the
like it's just crazy because this is just true. And it didn't have to be. Turns out that a vote for Kamala really was a vote for genocide. Like, it didn't have to be. All she had to do was separate herself from Biden and say, yeah, we're going to put a little bit of pressure on Israel. All she had to do was just put a little bit. This is legitimizing Trump's position for some people, and that's scary, and it's Democrats' fault. I know, and I can't even like talk these people down off the ledge of, you know, being like pro-Trump or whatever. Because he did what the Democrats did not. He did. He put pressure on them, and they signed the ceasefire deal. The same day, the same thing that Kamala has claimed that she was working towards the entire time.
historic Abraham Accords. You remember that?
This message, for example, Faye's Playboy Max's main mod is Palestinian refugees from Malaysia and often says free Palestine. Oh, you guys didn't see I went to show this on stream yesterday, or 2 days ago. Max said free Palestine on stream. Here. Did you see this?
Wait, where you from? Where you from?
I'm Palestinian.
You're Palestinian?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh no, you can say free Palestine. You can say free Palestine.
Yeah, you can.
Oh no, you can. I support that fully. You heard?
I adopted a son from Palestine. Free Palestine. I adopted a kid from Palestine. Noor, you think I'm trolling?
Nigga, he's from Malaysia.
No, but he's a Palestinian refugee.
Wait, Noor is a Palestinian? Okay, deep cut chat. He follows me on Twitch. And I know this because I checked my Twitch tracker. I didn't know who he was, but he follows me on freaking Twitch. Right here. I didn't know he was Palestinian. I didn't really know who he was. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, he follows me. That's cool. Oh, shout out. Free Palestine. I also didn't know Prezzo followed me either.
Yeah. He had to go to Malaysia. Yeah, bro. Real spill.
Nah, real talk, chat. Y'all know every chance we get. Y'all know what we do.
Free Palestine. Yup.
Wait, where you from? Where you from?
I'm Palestinian.
You're Palestinian?
Oh, jeez, a freaking wheeze. My light fell. There we go. Rip phone. No, it was my light. All good though. Ugh. Ugh. All good. It didn't even break, which I'm happy about. But yeah. bittersweet. I'm so happy that a ceasefire is being enacted. But this makes me so much madder at the Democrats, bro. This makes me so much more upset at the Democratic Party.
Some Arab countries that did peace deals with Israel, notably the United Arab Emirates, suggestion maybe that Saudi Arabia could be brought into the Abraham Accords. That's certainly what Israel wanted before October the 7th. But just look at the recent comments from the Saudi side, from the leadership there. For the first time just a few days ago, they were using the word genocide about what's going on in Gaza. I mean, it's a very interesting diplomatic situation going forward. In many ways, Israel is stronger in the region after what it has done in Gaza, what it has done, again, the brutal bombardment.
Political game, they didn't want Trump to claim the ceasefire, so they come out in 4 years and say, look at what we did.
That took place in Lebanon, the change of power.
But like, that would require them to take credit for this. And I've seen no Democrat taking credit for this. Like, unless I've missed something, it's been like 2 hours. Where is Joe Biden? This is the biggest foreign policy W. Why is he not just taking credit for this? Why is he not coming out and saying, I did this? This was me. This wasn't Trump. He is? Where? I haven't seen anything. When did this happen? Oh, like 20 minutes ago. To be fair, we were yapping. Worst video I've ever seen? Stop.
That's true.
Stop. What do you say?
I want to look at that right away and figure out.
Why is it? Okay, stop.
Figure out why.
Right.
And are the kids changing from TikTok to the Chinese Red Note app? Yes. Zhongshu. I support it. W.
And I think other reforms like the Safer Supervision Act, of which I'm a co-sponsor, can also be institutional for to
It's a very good afternoon.
Why is it like, okay, can somebody send me a different link, please? Can somebody send me a different link than the Hill link, please? It's so bad. You guys hear the crackling?
Because at long last.
This one's brief, but I kind of want to see the full remarks though. Here. PBS? I'll take PBS. That's better.
Deal for what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases.
Okay, is he going to explain why it's happening right now? He's going to explain that? Oh, no. He's not going to say Hamas. Hamas waited until right now? No.
Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in Phase 1 as well. And the Vice President and I cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during Phase 1,
I thought they didn't have, Joe. I thought they didn't have hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Interesting.
Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods in all the areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And
I thought it was already happening, Joe. I thought the humanitarian assistance was already going in, Joe. What do you mean the surge would begin? I thought it was already happening.
Innocent people can have a greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get phase 2, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase 1 to phase 2, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to them.
Kind of sounds like the Hamas's plan. That they proposed back in the April of last year. Interesting. Very similar, very similar.
The Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt. And we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes.
Was it February? It was even earlier than that.
Then, when phase 2 begins, there will be an exchange for release of the remaining living hostages, including male soldiers and all remaining.
I don't know if I passed it, but he apparently accidentally said Hezbollah instead of Hamas. Accidentally. Nah, bro. Bro's brain's cooked.
Remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn from Gaza.
Man, I see 6 eyes and I see 0 souls. I'm sorry.
And the temporary ceasefire will become permanent. And finally, phase 3. Any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families. And a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin. This is the ceasefire agreement I introduced last spring.
That I had basically stolen from Hamas's plan. Sure. Okay.
Today, Hamas and Israel have agreed to that ceasefire agreement and the whole ending the war. You know, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. And we reached this point because of the pressure that Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States.
Please, bro. Come on. Come on. You're going out. Please, just tell the truth a single time. Tell the truth a single time. Just one time. One time.
United States. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar, was killed. Hamas's strongest supporter, Iran, launched attacks on Israel. And those attacks failed after my administration organized a coalition of nations to stop them. And after I ordered the U.S. ships and planes to come to Israel's defense, we also shaped Israel's strong and calibrated response, destroying Iran's air defenses, but avoiding an escalatory cycle of an all-out war. The United States also organized a coalition of 20 countries to stand up to attacks by the Houthis, including their missile attacks in Israel. Then Hezbollah, another of Hamas's strongest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed.
This is how... Okay, I won't say what I'm going to say. This is how Americans tell history, chat. This is how it's going to be written in history books. But let it be known, and let me say it here, this is incorrect. This is an incorrect retelling of events. He's lying to you. He's lying to you, and he's lying to the American people. What he's insinuating is that it is because of all the work that he did to give Israel all the weapons to put pressure on Iran and put pressure on Hezbollah and put pressure on Hamas. Hamas finally, after losing all of its backing from Iran and from Hezbollah and from the Houthis, they had nobody else and they were forced to come to the negotiating table. Even if it was Hamas's deal that's currently being instituted. And Israel themselves are saying that they were the people killing the deal. Even then, he lies. even then he lies. Even then he lies. What even is this picture, bro? Okay, smart guy, let's see you take a crack at it. Oh, that's funny. Don't show this to Mike. Mike hates this guy.
With our support, Israel negotiated a ceasefire with them, and after that, Lebanon finally elected a new president who's not beholden to Hezbollah, and he can begin a new chapter for the Lebanese people. All told, these developments in the region, which the United States helped to shape, changed the equation. And so now, the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker.
Chotchki gifted a tier 1 sub to Cat's Bake Biscuits. They have given 97 gift subs in the channel.
Chotchki, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, much appreciated. W gifted.
Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. Hezbollah is badly degraded. And after more than 15 months of war, Hamas's senior leaders are dead. Thousands of Hamas fighters are dead. And the military formations have been destroyed.
Again, he's implying that because Hamas is on the back foot, they finally come to the negotiating table and signed the deal. When Hamas has agreed to every deal for the last 10 months. Every single one. And you don't believe me, and you don't believe that Israel is the party that drew issues with the deals and were killing the deals. This is what Ben-Gvir himself said. Ben-Gvir admits to preventing hostage deal on numerous occasions. Numerous occasions, bro. Numerous occasions. Literally speaking propaganda, trying to make Israel not like a giant failure, lying his ass off. Yes. Look at himself, said Hamas got new recruits. Yeah. He said Hamas got more recruits than Israel's killed in the past over a year. It's literally just a speech of his on Twitter talking about how the ceasefire is bad for Israel.
With nowhere to turn, Hamas finally agreed.
Bro, are you kidding me? 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 We saw this coming, but it makes me so mad. It makes me so I'm so glad these losers lost, bro. I'm so glad these losers lost. They deserve nothing but hell. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hamas said that they've come to the deal previously and they've wanted a deal. Israel said Hamas has wanted a deal and they haven't wanted a deal. And still, Joe Biden is saying it was Hamas's fault. Are trying to take credit for it. Honestly, they should. That's what liberals should be trying to do. They should be trying to refocus away from the failure of Joe Biden and trying to take credit for the deal. They should be doing that. That's politics. That's good politics. You know what I mean? But like trying to sit here, think of your literally bragging about how they were sabotaging the deal. Exactly. You know, Donnie will try to take credit for this. Yeah, if this happened before he was sworn in, he would just say they agreed because they were afraid that he would do. If it happened after, he would just say his administration alone was the reason. He was president right now, just asking for some orange man moron takes credit. There is zero evidence. Zero evidence Joe Biden pressure for this outcome. None. 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 They will try to rewrite history. They will try to, do historical revisionism. There is zero evidence. Zero. None. None. Doing it right now as we speak. None. There's no evidence. And I don't think it'll work. That's the thing. And that's why I think the Democratic Party is on its last legs. I do not believe it'll work. I don't think they're actually going to convert the youth into thinking that this is the case. I don't. I don't. Even if it was because of Joe Biden, right? Even if Joe Biden called Netanyahu the day before Trump did and put pressure on him and got the ceasefire deal done before he left office, he allowed at least tens of thousands of Palestinians to die on numerous occasions. When he said his red line was Rafah, and that Israel should not invade Rafah, and they did, and he did nothing. When he said that Israel had 30 days to allow more humanitarian aid in, they didn't, and he did nothing. And when he said he was working tirelessly for a ceasefire, and he did nothing, and nothing happened.
To releasing hostages. You know, there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell.
And I liked it, and I'm Joe Biden.
Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. And this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen, including an extraordinary team of American diplomats who have worked nonstop for months to get this done. Secretary Blinken led the effort. Secretary Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Bill Burns, John Feiner, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, and the Vice President worked relentlessly as we work to deliver this deal. I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's a genuine opportunities for a new future in Lebanon, there's an opportunity for a future, free from the grip of Hezbollah. In Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. And for the Palestinian people, a credible pathway to a state of their own. And for the region, a future of normalization, integration of Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. At the G20 in Delhi in September 23, I rallied key countries behind a vision of an economic corridor from India across the Middle East to Europe. That
Okay, I was very mad, but he brought me back. Does he mean charter? Did he mean charter but said Carter? Shout out to the Carter 4. That's a Lil Wayne album right there.
That vision can now become a reality. There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran.
Oh, he's a corridor. Oh, that he did not say that. You were a liar. He did not say those words. He might have meant that. He did not say that. That is not what he said. That did not leave his mouth. I heard Carter.
That vision can now become a reality. There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But, vision of an economic corridor from India.
I heard Carter. Okay, I can understand how you guys get corridor. I get Carter from that, bro.
Across the Middle East to Europe. That vision can now become a reality. There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But we're handing off to the next team a real opportunity for a brighter future for the Middle East. I hope they will take it. Let me close with this. My friend for years in the United States Senate, former Senator George Mitchell, who did so much to forge peace in Northern Ireland, once said about diplomacy, he said, it is a 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. Well, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began its terrible war.
Chat, just smile and nod. Smile and nod. He'll be gone in 5 days. He'll be gone in 5 days. Just take solace in the fact that he will be gone in 5 days, and you will never, ever have to hear from him or Kamala Harris ever again. So that is Trump. Just enjoy the fact that it won't be Biden for 1 second. Give yourself 1 second. 1 second to enjoy the fact that this person will never have any type of political relevance again. And the next time you hear about him, he will be dead. Just take that in. Enjoy that for 1 second. And then we can worry about Trump.
We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks. We've not given up. And now, after more than 400 days of struggle, a day of success has arrived. God bless all the hostages and their families. May God protect the troops of all those who work for peace.
Mr. President, how do you see the future of Gaza now? As you were saying, the implementation of this deal will be in the hands of the next administration. And basically, they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also,
ask him why he didn't do this earlier. Ask him exactly what roadblocks were in the way earlier. And why Israel say that they were the roadblock.
How much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump is already taking credit for it.
Well, you know, this is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact.
Also, shout out Fafe, one of my patrons, W patron.
And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly, I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team, so I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do. Thank you.
In the, how many Americans will be released when the hostages are being released?
All the exact detail of how many people are being held, how many bodies will be returned and less, will all be forthcoming. All of it, all of it. Thank you.
This deal will hold.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Folks, credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
Five days. 5 days, 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 5 days. And the next time we hear about Joe Biden, or we hear about Joe Biden in the news, it'll be good news. 5 days, and then the next time you hear about Joe Biden, it'll be good news. 5 days. 5 days, 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 5 days. 5 days. When we have Trump, just take a second. Just take a second. Just take 1 second and just enjoy it. I had to resign on Patreon because I forgot. Because I got a job again. Cries invited me. I forgot to resub. No, you're good. I think you are resubbed. Or at least you were resubbed at some point. Because I'm pretty sure I shouted you out of my latest video. Or my second latest video now. Because I posted another video. But yeah. It's kind of crazy how I recognize some people's names. There's no winners, only losers. And we are all the losers, chat.
Syria, but
there's indication of in that room, in that meeting between the mediators, when
I want to see what CNN is saying.
Never been formally rescinded.
I don't care about this. Okay, White House press briefing. Can we see Scarborough's reaction to all this? He's gonna be so happy. This is taking forever. That's okay. That's all right. I don't even know what to make of this. Sorry, Prime Minister confirms the deal will come in place Sunday, January 19th. Bro. Okay, the world's ending. This is my lock confirmed. Apocalyptic explosions. Why is everything happening January 19th?
EJ_Accra just subscribed. SDAB dance, SDAB dance.
EJ Accra, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. SDAB dance indeed. So I was gonna say like band, yes. Give them days to keep bombarding the population. They get their final bombs out before pulling out. But they can't say effective immediately, because I think like every peace deal comes from a time frame. Like, they always put a time in the future where the deal starts. Feel me? It should be an immediate ceasefire, but this is a stupid video. The fact that the ceasefire begins the day before the inauguration is so sinister. Yeah, there are a lot of logistics to work out. So it's not entirely surprising. I don't know how long this is gonna go for though, and so I may or may not be live for it. I haven't eaten all day, and it's about 12 o'clock, so I do need to grab some food. And I do have work as well. Oh, it is, please. Everybody just leave me alone. Why does everybody want something from me? Please, just leave me alone. Yeah, any final thoughts, chat? About the ceasefire, about Joe Biden? I'm sure we all have great thoughts about Joe Biden. Their YouTube videos, check out the videos, chat. Check out the videos indeed. That's why I'll leave it on. Check out my newest videos. How Kamala lost the election? My problem with pirate software. If you couldn't tell, chat, I love me a good Gaussian blur. All right, I'll say it. I love me a good Gaussian blur. All of my thumbnails, except for this one, which is my most popular video. Maybe I should learn from that. Gaussian blur, Gaussian blur, Gaussian blur, Gaussian blur. You just take a background image. It doesn't even matter what the image is. You cut out the subject from it, right? Throw on the Gaussian blur. You put yourself in the foreground. It just works. But even this one, I couldn't cut myself out of this one very well, and so I just duplicated myself, and now it looks like I'm echoed a little bit. This is my favorite thumbnail though. Is this eugenics? Is my favorite thumbnail. It's referencing the "Is this a bird" meme. DNC of the Mafia is pretty decent. Respectability is a pretty decent one as well. But yeah. Thank you all for watching, chat. I hope you guys are well. I hope you guys are super sick. And if there's nothing else, I'm going to end YouTube stream so I don't accidentally play some music and it gets me demonetized or decopyrighted or whatever. So bye YouTube chat. Everybody say bye YouTube chat. Bye YouTube chat. Bye. I'll start watching you at some point later. Adios. Goodbye. Man, my camera looks good here, chat. I look kind of sick here. The camera's kind of far away though. Maybe I can do this. Boom.